Hello, everybody, and welcome in live here from Dean Evans Stadium in Salina, Kansas. Tyler Henry alongside you as we get you ready for the first ever spring edition of our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. And today it's a matchup between the Abilene Cowboys and the Salina South Cougars, a 4A team making the trip down here to take on the 5A squad in Salina South, but a game that has built much anticipation and a couple of games that should be very competitive here between these two sides. Here in Salina, Abilene comes in ready to open their new campaign. They went 15-8 a season ago and are coming off of a really good run here. They've made 2 consecutive trips to the 4A state tournament and will be looking to take the next step, but it all starts with a long road trying to punch that first ticket and get themselves into the tournament to begin with. Meanwhile, the Salina South team is looking to get back to the glory days, so to speak, as they made the state tournament in Class 5A in 3 out of 4 seasons coming into the COVID year back in 2020, are still looking for their first trip back to state since 2019 and are off to a good start after knocking off Junction City in a sweep earlier this week back on Monday. They got their 2 wins and they come into this contest at 2-0. With that, let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup, and we'll begin with the Abilene Cowboys, who will be up to bat first. It all starts for them with center fielder Thomas Keener. He will be followed in the order by second baseman Drew Hansen, then catcher Zach Miller, who bats in the 3-hole today. In the cleanup spot, it's third baseman Heath Hookman, followed by shortstop Stockton Timbrook. Today's starting pitcher for Abilene, Kyson Becker, batting down in the 6-hole, and then bringing up the rear of the lineup, first baseman Tyler Holloway, right fielder Lane Hookman, and left fielder Levi Evans. That's your starting 9 for the Abilene Cowboys today. They will face on the hill Caden Budke, one of the all-state, or rather all-league returners for Salina South, and he will step onto the mound here and look to get things started for Salina South. We'll meet that defense here in just a minute, but again, for Abilene, it's a chance today to come out and start their season off right. For Salina South, a chance to knock off a highly rated foe and find their way to remain in the win column. Again, looking for their 3rd consecutive victory here to start this season. Budke comes to the belt. First pitch is on the way, and that will miss just a touch outside as we are officially underway. 0-1 count here to start things off on Thomas Keener. Keener, one of a slew, so to speak, of all league guys returning for this Abilene team. And we'll talk more about the veteran experience as he will send one to short, or rather to second. It's going to be snagged at the knees. And what a play made there by Herbal. Comes over from his spot at second base and is able to make the catch at his shoe tops for the first out of the inning. Boy, it looked like that thing was going to find its way on through, but great snag there. It brings up Drew Hansen, the second baseman here for Abilene. Again, everybody making their debut in 2024 here as the season gets underway. First offering from the righty to the righty. And it's just a touch low and maybe a bit outside to start the count off here at 1-0. Abilene did not lose much of any talent last season. You look at what this team brings back this year as strike one is taken by Drew Hansen. They had 5 guys named to the All-NCKL team: Heath Hookman, Thomas Keener, Kyson Becker, Stockton Timbrook, and Zach Miller. And then a couple of honorable mentions in Lane Hookman and Tyler Holloway. So top to bottom, this is a stacked roster. They lost just 1 player from last year's team, only 1 senior who graduated. And they bring everybody else back. All the award winners, all the big boppers in the lineup, and most, if not all, of the arms in the rotation as well. Here it's Hansen standing in with a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way from the stretch is going to be laced out into right field. That gets down. It's going to have a chance to tuck and roll to the corner. Turning for 2 here is Hansen, and he will be in without a throw. It's a stand-up double for Drew Hansen to get Abilene started here, and it will turn things over to the 3-hole hitter in Zach Miller. And while we've got an opportunity, let's go ahead and take you around the horn and meet the defense for the Salina South Cougars today. It will be Davidson getting the start behind the dish. Putnam over at first, Herbal at second, Howard at short, and Barnhart tending to the hot corner at third base today. And then your defense in the outfield from left to right, it's Brown, Humphrey, and Dooley, again from left to right. Caden Budke now with a man to worry about, although he's been working out of the stretch the entire time here. Delivers a breaking ball in there for a called strike. Zach Miller watches that one go by. Miller, another of the guys that I mentioned, an all-NCKL bat, also a KABC all-honorable mention at the state level. So he's put together an impressive high school career, one of the big senior class here, and will take a ball into a similar spot out to right field, just up and over the glove of Dooley. That should be enough to get one run across as they will wave Drew Hansen around third. The cutoff throw comes in, turning and thinking three is Miller. He's going to be in, sliding. And how about that? It's the catcher showing off the wheels. A 3-bag RBI for Zach Miller. And the Cowboys are on the board first here. They jump out to the early 1-0 lead. You don't typically associate catchers as speed guys, but I'll tell you what, we've seen Zach Miller, or maybe more to the point, I've seen Zach Miller on the football field, on the basketball court. Kid's got some speed, and he is able to leg it out to drive in the first run of this game. It brings up Heath Hookman. I know I mentioned it a moment ago, but this lineup, boy, it does not get any easier the deeper into it you go. Talking about 7 straight guys to start off that received all league commendations a season ago. 1-0 pitch on the way. That'll miss down and out. And the count goes to 2-0. And if you've noticed, as you may have noticed there, Budke lost his cap. And you may have also noticed a big tail on the ball. You might have noticed some of the rippling jerseys out there. There is a ton of wind blowing from left to right. If you look at the flagpole out in left center field, that thing is whipping from left to right now. Check the forecast just before first pitch. 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that is certainly going to play a factor in a pretty large field, all things considered. 385 to straightaway center, 358 and 355 in the alleys, and then 338 down the left field line, 328 down the right field line. So you really got to muscle one out if you're going to have a chance to get it out of Dean Evans. As squaring to bunt, pulling it back and taking strike one here is Heath Hookman. Abilene already with a 1-0 lead. They've got another run 90 feet away, trying to find a way to bring in Zach Miller. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Budke, and that misses low, so a walk issued here to Hookman will put runners at the corners for Stockton Timbrook. Timbrook has put together an impressive career himself, a 3-sport athlete, one of the better guards on the basketball team, of course the starting quarterback on the football team, and the 5-hole hitter here for the baseball team. One of 4 guys in this matchup between the two teams that will be moving on to play baseball at the next level, as the runner goes immediately, and not having a chance to throw down is Davidson. Going to be a stolen base here for Hookman. That'll eliminate the force and, more importantly, put 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 away here in the top of the first. Timbrook, a good arm, a good bat, well-rounded player here. Takes a pitch up and in, and not enough to find the plate there, so the count goes even at 1-1. Mentioned before for Salina South, Caden Budke is the starting pitcher today. Picked up all league honors, as this is going to get by the catcher. Bounces right back to him. Budke in a foot race, a slide to the bag. Is he in? He is. Zach Miller comes across to score the second run of the day. Boy, it was a perfect bounce off the backstop. You've got to be careful with the padding behind home plate. And Davidson had the ball bounce right back to him, but Budke wasn't going to get there in time. He had to make a dangerous play and try to get there himself. And almost managed to do so, but situation stays pretty much the same here. Now a 2-0 game, still a runner 90 feet away, and Abilene leads the way 2-0. Timbrook facing a 2-1 count here. Stands in, looks at Budke, still working out of the stretch. Budke comes back to the belt, looks in for the sign, now delivers it. And it's right down the pipe, but perhaps a touch high, as the count will go here to 3-1. It's been a great start here for Abilene. You never know if you're going to get the same level of electricity out of the bats in Game 1. Of course, this the season opener, opening day for Abilene, as Tim Brook takes strike 2, and that should fill the count. Scoreboard says 2-2. Believe it's 3-2. And there, now the ball is placed on the board. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Insurance run for Abilene, 90 feet away. Salina South trying to avoid that here if at all possible. Caden Budke taking a long look in here at the sign, trying to get on the same page with Davidson. And time going to be called. Yep, no surprise there. Tim Brook wants to step out, take a moment, and think things over. Tim Brook back in, ready to go. Trying to bring home a 3rd run. Abilene trying to take the early lead. The payoff pitch. It's close, and they're going to ring him up. Tim Brook was headed to first, but it will be the first strikeout of the day for Caden Budke. And it's 2 away here in the top of the first for Kyson Becker. And now you get into kind of the fun matchup as you got the pitcher against the pitcher. Of course, a lot of these guys do go out and throw, but it's also interesting when you're talking about the starter. Got a guy out there who's got a chance to help his own cause a bit and give himself some run support. First pitch misses just a touch high here from Budke. Start him off with a 1-0 count. This is an Abilene squad that, again, grateful for the expanded schedule and a chance for them to get a few more games in, including this one. It's been quite some time since Abilene and Salina South met on the diamond. And 2 good programs in the state of Kansas. Always good when you can find a way to play teams in your area. But for both of these teams, looking forward to playing each other for the same reason. Get some good, tough competition in early. South excited to face a very good Abilene roster. Abilene excited to face a bigger foe than themselves. Jumping up to Class 5A to play this game as a ball shot foul back towards the Abilene dugout. And once again, Budke loses his hat. Those 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts are nothing to be ashamed of out there. We've seen guys losing hats. We've seen guys get a little off balance, and we've seen the way that that ball can carry. Budke settles in, delivers home the 2-1. Big swing and a miss. Becker took a healthy cut there. He'll have to stand off and settle back into the box here. Kyson Becker, a season ago, an all-NCKL athlete. And another dual sport guy standing in here, batting from the right side. Budke's 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Got him to chase the fastball up, and that will put a stop to the top of the first inning. But not before the Cowboys are able to strike for 2 big runs. They take the early 2-0 lead. They do strand one 90 feet away. We'll step away when we come back. It's the second inning of action here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, and you're tuned into it right here on the Salina Post.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back here at Dean Evans Stadium, Tyler Henry alongside you. An early 2-0 lead for the Abilene Cowboys, who strike for 2 runs on 2 hits in the top half of the first. And now it falls to Salina South to try to get those runs back as they will take their first at-bats of the day. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for Salina South. It all starts with second baseman Colton Herbal, who stands in the leadoff spot. And the first pitch on the way to him is going to be in for a called strike. Batting after Herbal will be the shortstop Brady Howard, then pitcher Caden Budke, center fielder Jace Humphrey in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth and playing third is Tristan Barnhart, followed by right fielder Dawson Dooley, catcher Alex Davidson, first baseman Landon Putman, and left fielder Ryan Brown. And all of those gentlemen will have the pleasure, or perhaps the displeasure, depending on how you look at it, of facing off against a really strong arm in Kyson Becker. As you see him out there, the tall righty delivering some good heat, brings home the 1-2. It'll be fouled away as Colton Herbal able to fight it off and keep himself in to live to see another pitch. As the return throw finds its way here into center field, they'll have to find a way to run that down. But it's a Salina South team that's got a lot of potential, still trying to put the pieces together. They've got a lot of good veterans on this team. You look at the lineup from top to bottom, a lot of juniors, a lot of seniors, but this is a Salina South team that graduated 6 members of their starting lineup a season ago, as a comebacker will find the way to Becker, who flips underhand on the way and in time to first for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Brady Howard. Howard is another of the all-conference, all-league guys from a season ago. But for South, so much potential on this team, and guys that have had their chance and have been able to build up really good numbers and get some good experience at the JV level. But coming in here as juniors and seniors, a lot of guys that have gotten the call and will be stepping into that starting rotation, will be stepping into the starting lineup, and we'll have a heck of a task here today as Becker brings home a big sweeping breaking ball, cuts across the corner for strike 1. Becker not wasting a lot of time in between pitches, goes right back to the well, and he's got himself ahead here, 0-2. He's got good velocity on the fastball. That thing will sit around the low to mid-80s. Tries to deliver it home here. Good frame job there by Miller. But it does miss outside, trying to get Brady Howard to nibble at that on the outside. Howard digs back in, ready to go here. 1-2 pitch is on its way. And it's fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again. You got to think, too, for Kyson Becker, he's a pretty tall guy out there. You see him on the hill. And obviously these guys are athletes. They know what they're doing. But when you're trying to bring your entire body home for a big pitch like that and you got the wind howling at you, it's something both guys are going to have to deal with. But keeping your balance and making sure you go through your mechanics imperative. Here is a chase, but Howard able to just get a piece of that on the outside and keep his at bat alive. Of course, the Cougars this afternoon coming out in the white pants, black jerseys with the South green numerals trimmed in white. Meanwhile, for Abilene, they come out in the all-gray pinstripe jerseys with the bright orange numerals trimmed in that Abilene brown. The 1-2, close but no cigar, trying to go back to the breaking ball. Just tries to slice it across the outside corner, but nothing doing that time. I think because of the wind, you saw Abilene motion for their left fielder to play in a little bit. It's no disrespect to Howard, but trying to hit one into this wind is tough, as there's a great pick there from the hot corner. Delivering the ball is Hookman. Holloway able to pick it at first. What a stop. And that is a great flash of the leather for out number 2. With that, let's go ahead and meet the defense for Abilene. Mentioned Kyson Becker getting the start today on the hill. Zach Miller is your starting catcher. Tyler Holloway over at first. It's Hanson at second. Stockton Timbrook at short. And Heath Hookman tending to the hot corner today, the guy that just made that play. Your outfield from left to right, it's Evans, Keener, and the other of the 2 Hookman brothers on this team. That is Lane Hookman playing out in right. Here's a flare shot foul, and once again, Becker right where he wants to be, ahead 0-2. A lot of righties early in this Salina South lineup. They do start with a lefty, but it gives the edge to the pitcher as all that off-speed stuff breaking away. Let's not forget, it was Salina South that did not just win, they decimated Junction City in Game 2 of their first doubleheader of the year. Here, though, it's a ground up to Hansen, throws the ball to Holloway in time, and it's a quick 3-up, 3-down inning for Kyson Becker and the Abilene Cowboys. They lead the way 2-0. Back up to bat when we come back. You're tuned in to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of two types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital-grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper with a large assortment of hand towels. Check out our private line of colorful products like Mom's Streak-Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
7, 8, and 9 hole hitters due up here for the Abilene Cowboys as we go to inning number 2, a 2-0 lead for the visitors here in Salina. And while we've got a moment, want to take a second and remind you that coverage of today's doubleheader is brought to you by our friends at Salina Septic Service, Commercial Tire Center, and Elite Sports Paintball Complex. Abilene got their 2 runs very early on as they were able to work a double in the gap and then a triple from Zach Miller. Ultimately turned that around, and Heath Hookman at the plate saw the wild pitch come home. Here, on the other hand, it's Abilene, the bottom of the order, Tyler Holloway, Lane Hookman, and Levi Evans on to face Kyson Becker. On to face Caden Budke. And Budke's first pitch here, a breaking ball, not quite in for a called strike, and the count starts off at 1-0. Abilene being a 4A school, it's not that surprising, but there are a lot of dual sport athletes on the field as we've got a lazy grounder to third, picked up, good throw, and a great play there for Barnhart to knock out the first batter of the inning. Tyler Holloway retired quickly. Seen good plays from both third basemen here so far. On the other side, Heath Hookman made a heck of a snag, and there you see the charge and a good throw delivered from Barnhart on the corner. Turns things over here to Lane Hookman, the right fielder, batting from the right side. First pitch to him comes in, almost gets him. Able to turn the shoulder away here, though, and steps off, none the worse for wear. Abilene, of course, is under the instruction of head coach Travis Bartley here in his 11th season at the helm, as this one misses low and in the dirt. And boy, it's been a really good set here these last couple of years. Coach Bartley's done a great job since the beginning of his time here, but you look at a 15-8 record for Abilene a season ago, back-to-back trips to state, and as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, they graduate just one senior from a season ago, as this pitch is going to miss up and the count goes to 3-0. So it's a team that's on a mission. They brought back almost everybody from last year, and they want to be playing on the final day of 4A baseball when all's said and done at the state tournament. 3-0 pitch, and it's going to be a 4-pitch walk issued here to Lane Hookman. He will take his base, and that will bring things to the 9 hole and Levi Evans. Evans standing in here from the 9-hole. And just got word, Max Hudson is the catcher right now for Salina South, not Davidson. Actually, correction on that. Davidson, the catcher, of course. Going to our umpiring crew here today. And taking a look down, it is Max Hudson, the home plate umpire. Jeff Keat, the field umpire. And here a comebacker to the pitcher. Easy work there for Budke, who was able to record the out of Levi Evans at first. 2 away. Hookman does move up to second, and more importantly for Abilene, it does flip things back over to the top of the order. As Thomas Keener, who lined out to second his first time up, stands in, and no surprise there. You see Caden Herbal take a couple of steps back there. He is ready for another line shot. If one comes his way at second base. Time called here. Believe that was Keener. Wanted another second to think things over. Budke stands in here from the stretch, delivers the pitch, and it is in for a called strike. So he finds a way to get ahead of Keener here. 0-1. With the wind, you see everybody, especially out in that outfield, shifted over a little bit. It's got a lot to do with the lefty at the plate as well. 0-1 to Keener, misses in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and sliding up to take third base is Lane Hookman. So Hookman makes it on the passed ball. And now the options a little bit more broad here for Thomas Keener. Obviously, you got to find your way on base. No sacrifice with 2 down, but trying to find a way to make this work. Get Abilene's third run across. Salina South looking to strand another Cowboy 90 feet away. 1-1 from Budke. Misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. That's really been the only issue for Budke so far. I wouldn't say it's been a control problem for him, but he knows the guys in this lineup. Not to say he's pitching around anybody, but he has fallen behind in several of these early counts. 2-1 on the way. Check swing there. And they're going to say he went around, so that's a strike. As Keener could not take his finger off the trigger in time. And evens the count at 2-2. You tip your cap to Budke. He got out of a jam back in that first inning. Had another run stranded 90 feet away, but it was able to strike out Timbrook and Becker, looking to do the same here. The 2-2. And he will get some weak contact. It's rolled to first, picked up there by Putnam. Steps on the bag and beats the sliding Thomas Keener to the bag. That'll be the third out of the inning, and it will get Salina South out unscathed. We go to the home half of inning number 2. Cowboys still lead it 2-0. 2 runners stranded 90 feet away. More Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week when we return here on the Salina Post.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedesthetics.org.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Back here at Dean Evans Stadium, a 2-0 lead for the Abilene Cowboys as we go to the home half of inning number 2, and it will be the 4, 5, and 6 hole hitters due up here for Salina South. Jace Humphrey, Tristan Bernhardt, and Dawson Dooley to lead off the home half of the second. It was a quick 1-2-3 inning for Abilene back in the first, but it had to come with some really good defensive efforts Again, Colton Herbal grounded out back to the pitcher, and then a great pick at third base was able to retire Brady Howard. First couple of pitches miss the zone. 2-0 the count to start off on Humphrey. It was a dangerous batter in his own right. And here we'll lace one back to third, but Hookman there for it, able to flip to first in time for the first out of the inning. That will turn the book over and get things to Tristan Bernhardt. And tell you what, watching Tyler Holloway, the first baseman for Abilene, watching him on the basketball court, you see his length, you see his athleticism, and if you were to tell me back then that he was one of the big guys on this baseball team, the immediate thought is first base. First pitch, fastball right on the inside half. Bernhardt watches it go by, and the count starts off at 0-1. Again, this is where Becker really feels comfortable when he can get ahead in counts. Tries to get him to chase one here down in the dirt, nothing doing. And the count even at 1-1. Becker working at a good pace here early on, delivers another pitch. May have taken a little something off of that one. It catches the outer half. And the count goes to 1-2. 1-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. First strikeout of the day for Kyson Becker. Bernhardt forgot to run down to first, and there waiting for him as he did turn around was Miller, who tags him out. So it's the first strikeout of the day for Kyson Becker, who continues to cruise and will now face Dawson Dooley, Salina South's right fielder. Dooley, another guy that I know Salina South was excited to get out there as he'll take another to third. Hookman's been a busy man, picks it up, delivers the throw in time, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for the Abilene Cowboys. Kyson Becker has faced the minimum through the first two. His team leads it 2-0 up to bat when we come back here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with an inspection at Commercial Tire Company. Cold weather also drops the inflation in your tires. Get them checked today to avoid losing grip or damaging your tires. Commercial Tire will help keep you safe. For repairs that aren't tire-related, our automotive and diesel mechanics will fix it right the first time. Commercial Tire Centers, West Crawford and North 9th, Salina.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
Back here at Dean Evans Stadium, Tyler Henry alongside you, and Brian Dennett handling all the production and camera duties today for you. Glad to be bringing you coverage of this one here from Salina. Salina South back in the field, down by 2, looking for another clean frame after they were able to get out of some trouble. And I'll tell you what, you got to tip your cap in a big way to Caden Bunkey. He's got himself in some trouble a couple of times, but he has managed to strand a couple of guys 90 feet away, as Abilene left runs out there in both the first and second inning. But leading off the inning here for Abilene are the guys that did give him some trouble. It's the only 3 to reach base back in the first, and it starts with Drew Hansen, who took him up the middle for a double. We'll watch the first pitch here, in for a called strike. It was Hansen with a double. It was Zach Miller with an RBI triple to bring him in, and then Hookman was able to walk in a wild pitch, pass ball, whatever you want to call it, allowed the runner to come across and score that second run. Since then, both offenses have gone quiet as Abilene has been held in check, but still early on in this game. And the other thing that's going to be interesting to watch between these two, it's going to be a real test of pitching depth for both teams, as this early in the year, both coaches told us a lot of guys still working through that early season throwing program. You got to think, especially for Abilene, a team that made a run at state in Class 4A on the basketball court. A lot of these guys playing deep into that season, still figuring things out as far as getting the arms loosened up and ready to go deep into games. And so a lot of these guys will be on pitch counts. Obviously no specifics about said counts, but we know everybody's going to be limited. So by the end of these games, going to get some different guys in, up and throwing, and both offenses capable of big outbursts. We'll see what that means as the 1-2 misses up and the count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, with this being the first game for Abilene, no sample size this year, but you can look back a season ago and see some of the things that this team did. Meanwhile, this is a Salina South team that went absolutely nuts in the second game of their doubleheader against Junction City. They got a win in the opener 7-2 after chasing a really good starter out of the game in the 5th inning. And then came back and just lambasted the Blue Jays 18-3 in the second game of that 2-game set. Budke looks in for the sign, delivers another 2-2. Big swing and a miss, got him to chase, and Drew Hansen is set down on strikes for Budke. It is the 3rd strikeout of the outing, and it will turn things over to Zach Miller, who tucked the ball into the corner for a triple back in the first. This is actually a battle of future teammates. There are a few of these, and 4 guys between these 2 rosters, 2 Cougars, 2 Cowboys, who have already committed to play baseball at the next level. And the crazy thing is, all 4 of them will be going to the same destination. Zach Miller and Stockton Timbrook of Abilene and Caden Budke, as well as Brady Howard for Salina South, will all go play for Cloud Community College a season from now. So a chance for these guys to see each other and face off with one another before joining forces a year from now. Miller stands in again from the right side. 0-2 the count. Got to get protective of the plate as we have really seen Budke starting to heat up. Tries to get him to chase there. May have missed it a touch outside of what he wanted. And the count goes to 1-2. But as Budke settled in, he got a little shell-shocked early on in the game with that flurry, the double and the triple. But since then, he has really settled in. 3 strikeouts. He's given up 1 walk since then. And here will give up a ball that's drifting out to right field. Giving chase is Dooley. Oh, my goodness. And the wind carried that thing out beyond the bullpen down the right field line. On a normal day, that's a foul ball. It's going to find its way near the corner, but I think Dooley on a normal day would have a chance to run that down. 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts today, though, going to negate any chance he had, and we will do it again here with a 1-2 count. The pitch. Chopped the left side this time. Howard comes in, picks it up, throws to first. It's in time, and it's 2 up, 2 down to start the third here for Salina South as both pitching staffs starting to put the pieces together here in this game. That'll bring up Heath Hookman, able to reach on a walk. He had just a grand adventure of his own back in the first inning as he reached on a walk, stole second, and then moved up to third on a passed ball. Was stranded as one of 2 guys to be left on third, and here takes a nasty breaking ball in for a called strike. And that's what I'm talking about with Budke. Finding his location, mixing velocities, and just painting his spots. Here delivers a high fastball in for a called strike, and now he's got Hookman right where he had Miller, down 0-2. It's a terrible time to be a batter. You know you're probably not getting anything tasty. As the 0-2 is on its way, a high fastball trying to get him to chase upstairs, but leaving it there is Hookman. And we'll run it back. Heath Hookman, a tight end for the Abilene football team. Definitely a guy that sees a lot of time in the weight room. Here, a guy that sees an outside breaking ball and will walk back to the dugout empty-handed. It's the first 3 up, 3 down inning for Salina South, and it keeps our score at 2-0 Abilene as we go to the home half of inning number 3. Bottom third of the order, due up for the Cougars, looking to strike back when we return here on the Salina Post.
The winter season may be here, but paintball fun is still waiting for you at Elite Sports. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, located 5 miles south of Salina, is open for special winter hours. Get the group together and visit Elite Sports on Saturdays and Sundays this winter from 11 until 4. Elite Sports features low-impact paintballs for the beginners or little ones, so everyone can have more fun. Visit them online at salinapaintballcomplex.com. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, open and waiting for you this weekend.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
7, 8, and 9 due up here for the Salina South Cougars as we go to the home half of inning number 3. It has been smooth sailing so far for Kyson Becker, who has done a good job of keeping the ball down and pitching to contact. He has only got the one strikeout. He's capable of racking those numbers up when he wants to, but his defense has picked him up in a big, big way. We've seen a couple of really impressive plays from Heath Hookman at the hot corner. And you look at the way he's recorded his outs, 5 ground outs and 1 strikeout. Nobody has really put the ball in the air yet on him, and he'll deliver the first pitch in for a strike. His 0-1 also in for a strike, and much like his counterpart in Caden Budke, he has got a big early lead on catcher Alex Davidson, who leads off the inning. It'll be Davidson, Putman, and Ryan Brown, the 3 due up here for Salina South. As pulling this one down the line, you saw head coach Chris Mice thought about reaching down and trying to make a play there. Elects to let that ball roll to the corner. Talked a little bit earlier about the skipper for Abilene, Travis Bartley. How about Chris Mice, though? One of the most respected head coaches around the area. Picked up 150 career wins, or rather picked up number 150 just a season ago, and has continued to lead this program, a former Division I athlete himself, an outfielder for Kansas State. And comes here to Salina to lead this Cougar program as we've got a jam shot off the end of the bat. It will hang up, and there is the first flyout of the day for Salina South as Alex Davidson flies out to Thomas Keener, and it's 1 down here in the home half of the third. This is a great coaching staff, a couple of great coaching staffs for both of these teams. Salina South, assisted by Cole Martins, Mick Moppin, Tyler Smith, and Jeremiah Thornton. And a lot of good coaches that are pulling double duty. Coach Smith, I know, is one of the assistants for the Salina South football program. On the other side, Coach Bartley, assisted by Travis Evans and Billy Hansen. Becker working at a blistering pace right now. Talk about guys that want to install the pitch clock at the higher levels. Becker is, boy, just their dream. Gets the ball, gets back on the mound. He's right back to business and ready to go. And he will induce a foul ball as Landon Putman tips that one back to the screen, and the count goes to 1-2. Of course, both starting quarterbacks for their respective football teams are involved in this matchup. Landon Putman, of course, the quarterback of the Salina South football team, holds on to foul this one back and keep the at-bat going. And you kind of expect it out of student athletes at the smaller levels, but good to see a lot of dual sport guys, a lot of tri-sport guys even for these two sides. As Putman will patiently watch that in for a ball, and the count evens at 2-2. Becker trying to put him away, delivers the pitch. And it's once again chopped away and fouled off. But if you're Salina South, you'll take that right now. You want to try to get Becker's pitch count up a little bit and find a way to chase him out of this game. So far, it's been smooth sailing. Like I said, he's not had to go deep into many counts. He's set down the first 7 guys he's faced and will have that streak broken. Putman laces one into left field. It's going to be a stand-up single. And the first runner is aboard here for Salina South, with 1 down in the third, and Ryan Brown coming to bat. It's a good piece of hitting right there. Didn't try to do too much. Just finds a way to barrel it up and poke it out in the left and gets it to the 9-hole hitter. Ryan Brown standing in, the left fielder today. And finally, for the first time all afternoon, Kyson Becker is forced to pitch out of the stretch. Didn't change much for Caden Butke, who pitches out of the stretch exclusively, but have seen Becker utilize the windup and now has a guy to think about. And his first two pitches from the stretch are split. Makes it a 1-1 count here on Ryan Brown. Of course, a lot has changed in the philosophy of baseball at all levels in how you handle the 9-hole hitter. For the longest time, that was where you hide a guy. That was kind of the weak link. But now, a lot of teams view it as a second leadoff spot. We've heard great things about Ryan Brown and what this Salina South program hopes to get out of him. And a guy that they trust in that spot to try to roll things back over to the top of the order and get it back to guys like Howard, like Butke, like Jace Humphrey. Your big boppers there in the middle of the lineup. Salina South kept themselves in it here. Again, just a 2-0 game and another good battle here as Ryan Brown tips this one back to the backstop. Looks like Becker wants a new baseball, or at the very least, wants one of our umpires to take a look at something. He's going to give the ball back to him. I'm not sure what that discussion was all about. But Becker back on the bump, ready to go here with a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Got him swinging. Brown goes right over the top. And it's the second strikeout of the day for Kyson Becker. It's 2 down for Salina South. And it's Colton Herbal, the leadoff man, back up here for a second time. Herbal's first at bat, he grounded one back to Becker on the bump. See if he waits a little bit here. First pitch in for a called strike. He's got the handedness advantage, the lefty facing the righty Becker on the bump. And really crowding the plate a little bit here. You look at his stance, he is right up on the inside edge of that batter's box. Here, gets a good smack on that. It's going to be up and almost over. It's in and out of the glove of Hookman out and right. Runner's going to turn and head for third, and it will be a single for Colton Herbal. And I'll tell you what, that is probably an RBI triple. If it gets another inch of elevation, you tip your cap to Hookman for trying to make the play out and right. But it puts runners at the corners for Brady Howard. And boy, what a chance here for Salina South. 2 down, trying to crack open the scoring and get a crooked number up on that scoreboard. You see Herbal, he crowds the plate a little bit. He knows where the ball's going to be. And really made solid contact. But like I said before, you're talking about a park that also houses a college team here at Dean Evans Stadium, home of Kansas Wesleyan. And it's a big park. A lot of ground to cover for these outfielders. As we're going to have our first meeting on the mound. Coach Bartley comes out, wants to have a word with Becker. Mentioned those pitch counts for really everybody today. Nobody is at full strength or fully ready, but trying to ease guys in here at the beginning of the year. It's something we heard from the Salina South coaching staff in our conversations with them before the game. He said, look, the games you want to win are not happening here in March. You want to win in March. Everybody does. But at the same time, you're trying to make sure that you're winning those big games in April and into May. And for that reason, no sense in overextending guys or risking arms. You want to make sure you've got your guys ready to go at the end of the year. That's the other thing. Just 2 class organizations. You talk to the coaches, the ADs, everybody across the board. These are 2 of the best to do it in the Salina area. Becker back to work here, facing the 2-hole hitter in Howard. Brings home the first pitch, and it's in there for a called strike, toying with the outside half. Again, Abilene got their 2 runs back in the top of the first. Since then, we've been scoreless. South trying to break that deadlock. And a good block there by Zach Miller. Keeps the ball in front of him. Count even here at 1-1. If Howard can find a way to reach, Caden Budke gets an at-bat. The pitcher in the on-deck circle could help his own cause here. As a called strike makes it a 1-2 count. Now you're going to have to see Howard get protective. Brady Howard, one of the big leaders on this team, knows the mission, wants to get this team back to state. Runner goes, and Howard's going to lift this out to right. Charging in is Hookman. He'll look up and make the catch, and Abilene able to work their way out of the jam. Salina South gets runners at the corners, but no further, and we go to inning number 4. Still a 2-0 lead for the Abilene Cowboys. Back with more when we return. You're watching and listening to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back to baseball here in Salina, Kansas. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett handling all the camera and production duties today. And Abilene with a 2-0 lead up to bat here in the visitors' 4th as we're just about halfway home here in this one. It will be the 5, 6, and 7 hole hitters due up. Stockton Timbrook, Kyson Becker, and Tyler Holloway. And the first offering is in for a called strike. Up and in here on Stockton Timbrook. This is the other opportunity for a couple of future teammates to battle. Timbrook has already committed to play baseball at Cloud Community College, as has the pitcher Caden Budke, who delivers the 0-1 pitch, and that is also in the zone. And I'll tell you what, whatever nerves or whatever happened early in that first inning for Caden Budke, boy, he has settled in, and he has been dealing ever since. 4 strikeouts already for Budke. Delivers this pitch, almost got Timbrook to chase that. Boy, Timbrook looked at the golf bag, thought about reaching for the 9-iron, but elects to leave it there and gets the count back to 1-2. Best on best here. A couple of all-league guys going at it. Abilene looking to extend their lead, trying to get a little rally going here. And this pitch fought off and then snagged there by Becker in the on-deck circle. Count stays 1-2. Timbrook, he's been patient so far. Was retired looking back in the first inning. Here's the 1-2 from Budke. Oh, looked good. Must have just missed on the inside. But I'll tell you what, Abilene, again, a very deep lineup, capable of putting up runs at any time, trying to solve the riddle of Caden Budke. As another pitch breaks away and the count goes full. So to Timbrook's credit, he fell behind 0-2. He's battled all the way back. It's now a full count. Caden Budke working out of the stretch here, looks in for the sign, delivers the payoff, and that is lifted high in the air out to right field. Dooley tracking it over to the line, and the wind just keeps pushing the ball. Again, on a normal day, that is probably a ball that not only Dooley catches, but probably stays in the field of play. That time, however, Dawson Dooley didn't have a chance. Nobody would. Need to pull an athlete off of the 100-meter track team just to get a chance to get a glove on it. Another 3-2, taking up the right side once again. That's going to get down. We'll see if Dooley's able to keep in front of it. He is, so it will be a single here for Stockton Timbrook. But for the first time since the first inning, it's a base hit for the Cowboys. And it brings up Kyson Becker, with a chance to aid in his own cause a little bit more here. Standing in from the right side. Tim Brook becomes the 5th Cowboy to reach today. Becker, who also struck out the first time up, will take a hack at an outside pitch and easily able to swipe second is Tim Brook, as that one broke away and in the dirt. Anderson did all he could just to get down there and make the stop. Second stolen base of the day for Abilene. You wonder, with the wind howling in from left, right now it's blowing straight in, if they might try to have Tim Brook take another bag. He's not being held on second. He can get as big of a lead as he wants. This ball's going to be poked into right field. That gets down in front of Dooley. They are going to go ahead and wave Tim Brook around. Cutoff is there. Throw to the plate, not in time. And it's an RBI single for Kyson Becker, as Stockton Tim Brook comes around to score the 3rd Abilene run of the day and makes this a 3-0 ball game here in the 4th. And now Coach Bartley is coming out and asking about something. Not sure what exactly that discussion is about. And it looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner brought in here for Abilene. But in all the chaos, Tyler Holloway is the next man up. 0 for 1 with a ground out back in that second inning. As the Cowboys look to keep the line moving. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, runner takes off for second. Good throw down. Did they get him? Not quite. Tell you what, anything less than a perfect jump for Kyson Becker was not going to get the job done. That was a great throw down from Anderson. Just could not quite, or from Davidson, sorry. Just could not quite snag him. And it's another runner that moves up into scoring position here. With Holloway at the plate, still nobody out. 1-0 on the way, fouled back to the screen. That'll even the count up at 1-1. This is what Abilene did to a lot of folks last year. Get him on, you have him steal second. You got a guy in scoring position. And they were able to utilize that to manufacture a lot of runs. Team with a lot of pop in the bats, but they're good at doing stuff like this. Just get him on, get him over, get him in. Here's the 1-1. Good pitch there. Budke able to get that breaking ball to slice across the outer edge. And the count goes to 1-2. Holloway trying to be careful. Settles back in here. Becker aboard at second. Budke looks in for the sign. And we'll try to throw back down to second. Good throw, but Becker being awfully cautious as he is now being held on. Actually, the courtesy runner for Becker being cautious over there at second. Holloway digs back in. Here comes the 1-2. Got him chasing. Might have been tipped back into the mid. Either way, how about the 5th strikeout of the day for Caden Budke? A couple of guys have found a way to get to him with solid contact, but it's been a good day for Budke, all things considered. Just has not seen the run support yet, hoping that that will come here in these next couple of innings. Got the first one, looking for another here as Lane Hookman comes to the plate. Hookman walked on 4 pitches his first time up. And here we'll chop one to third, scooped up there by Burner, throw across the diamond in time, and the runner holds up at second. That is 2 down. That's a big, quick out. And it brings up Levi Evans, who grounded out on a comebacker to the pitcher back in the second inning. And I'll tell you what, if you're Caden Budke, if you can get out of this 4th inning with just the 1 run given up, that's a huge win in a way. Keep this to a manageable 3-run game. Doing all he can right now to keep just 1 run across here in the 4th. Checks the runner, brings home the first pitch to Evans. Boy, almost came in and got him. Able to pop a squat and avoid that one coming in and making contact, and the count starts at 1-0. Again, you see guys adjusting to the wind out in the field, especially out in the outfield, as a big cut will even the count. Evans trying to send that ball back to Abilene, comes up empty. With 2 away, the defense a little more relaxed on the runner at second, just trying to focus up and get one more here. No need to hold the runner on. From the stretch, the 1-1. And another swing and a ball tipped into the dirt. Makes it a 1-2 count. I think the same can be said of every single pitcher at every level, whether you're talking about Little League or the major leagues, but Caden Budke absolutely at his best when he's ahead. We've seen that already a number of times this afternoon. Runner takes off, swing and a miss. Strike 2 as the hit and run was on, but fouls the ball back into the dirt again, and the count stays right where it was at 1-2. Budke has had that breaking pitch working. Gotten a lot of guys to chase that down and away, especially the right-handed hitters. Trying to find a way to put Evans out, get his team out of the inning here, and Evans... Well, everybody started walking off. It looked like he might have offered. And the home plate umpire, not even going to check with the fellow member of the crew there, just says, nope, it's a ball, come on back. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Abilene looking for more here. Salina South looking to get the bats back up. The pitch. And that is called strike 3 as Caden Budke rings up Levi Evans, and that will put an end to the top of the 4th. We're halfway home from Dean Evans Stadium. We'll step away when we come back. It's the home half of inning number 4. Salina South up to bat when we return. You're listening and watching high school baseball here on the Salina Post.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org. Caden
Budke, Jace Humphrey, and Tristan Bernhardt to lead off the 4th here for Salina South. Able to get to Kyson Becker just a little bit back in that 3rd inning. And here it's a healthy cut, but a ball taken directly to the left fielder. Battling the wind there, but able to look up and make the catch is Evans. And on 1 pitch, it is 1 down here in the home half of the 4th as Caden Budke flies out. And that will flip things over to Jace Humphrey. Going back to that final strikeout that got Salina South out of the inning. It was the 6th strikeout of the day for Caden Budke. Kyson Becker, just the 2 Ks, but again, he's done a good job pitching to weak contact in this one. And here gets a check swing on a ball that was close. They will appeal, and he did not go. So you get the check there. Here's the 1-1, and that misses away. So another chance here for Humphrey. Grounded out his first time up. One of the good plays that had to be made by Heath Hookman at the hot corner. The 2-1 is going to be taken the other way to right field as the other Hookman looks up and makes the catch. So there you go. 2 at-bats for Jace Humphrey. A ground out to third, a fly out to right, both outs recorded by a Hookman. And turns things over to Tristan Bernhardt, who is 0 for 1 himself, struck out back in the 2nd inning. Only 2 guys have reached base so far. Colton Herbel and Landon Putman both got on with singles. First offering here misses away. Kyson Becker perhaps being a little more cautious second time through the order, showing a lot of respect to the Salina South lineup, as here he will get a strike. But, boy, it just seemed like he was relentlessly pounding the zone back in the first game back in the early goings of this one, the first time through the order. Only allowed one player to reach base first time through, and then Herbal's single came early on back in the third. 1-2 the count. Becker delivers the pitch, and it's well outside to even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last couple of teams making their debuts this week, as almost everybody has started their season. Here's a ball taken down the line. That will roll foul. But it's good to finally have baseball and softball and track and field in full swing. Plenty of good golf teams in the area as well. And we will continue to bring you coverage of regional and area baseball and softball throughout the year here on the Salina Post, as we look forward to continuing to expand our coverage. Here the 2-2 misses away. Becker still toying a little bit off the plate. And the count goes full here on Tristan Bernhardt. The payoff pitch is taken the other way, but foul. That'll bounce its way down to the bullpen here at Dean Evans. Construction work being done off beyond left field on, I believe, a new facility, a new field out that way. Another payoff, and this time he got him. Becker able to ring up Bernhardt for the second time today. It is the third strikeout of the outing for Kyson Becker, and it gets Abilene out of the fourth unscathed. Cowboys still lead the way 3-0. You're tuned in here to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper with a large assortment of hand towels. Check out our private line of colorful products like Mom's Streak-Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedesthetics.org.
Before we go any further, I want to remind you that coverage of today's game and today's doubleheader is brought to you by Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, also by our friends at APAC Shears and the Bennington State Bank. And to remind you that coverage is brought to you by Sage Products. Sage Products of Salina is your supplier of janitorial products for your business or home. From paper towels to soap and items from ceiling to floor, you'll see products from Sage, and you can get the same home field advantage at your home or office by visiting sageselects.com. 1, 2, and 3 hole hitters due up here for Abilene. Top of the order to lead off the fifth. And it will be Thomas Keener, Drew Hansen, and Zach Miller. Again, trying to get things started. And a new hurler into the game here for Salina South, as the first pitch misses away. First time we've seen somebody go to the windup today, and it's Brady Howard, who will come in here for Budke. Budke replaces Howard at short, a simple straight switch. And a foul tip back to the screen that will even the count at 1-1. Like I said, most of the pitchers involved today in both ends of the doubleheader for both teams will be on a short leash as far as pitch count is concerned, as an inside-out swing will take this foul back into the bullpen down the left field line, and Howard gets ahead here at 1-2. And Howard, another guy that I know I mentioned before he was named a all-league honorable mention in the ABCTL at second base. And seeing a little bit more time out there on the bump here this year, Salina South excited at the prospect of what he brings with his arm. Here delivers another good pitch. Cannot quite get Thomas Keener, though, and the count stays at 1-2. Do enjoy the aggressiveness, though. Not afraid to go right at him with a 1-2 count. Here's a ball swung on, taken to second, scooped up there. Throw back to first is going to be in time as Herbal gets the ball to Putnam. And that is one down here in the fifth. Drew Hansen will come to the plate now. Budke comes out of the game again here at the top of the inning. He closes out his outing with 73 pitches. And we will get you his full line in just a moment, working on compiling that. But in the time being, it's Hansen at the plate. A double, a run scored, and a strikeout for Drew Hansen. And here takes the first strike of his at-bat. Here's a ball swung on and fouled away. So falling behind early on. Hansen trying to get the party started here for Abilene. They lead by 3. Still working out of the windup is Howard. Nobody on, nobody to worry about. And time called as wanting a second to step out of the box. Howard taking his time. Hansen wanted to step out and reset. Howard rocks into the windup. The 0-2 is going to be laced out to right, hanging up. The catch is made. As right there for it is Dawson Dooley, and that is the second out of the inning. Zach Miller will be the new batter here. The RBI triple back in the first inning, and then a ground out to short in the second. First offering here, breaking ball, drops in for a called strike. Got to say, good crowd on hand here at Dean Evans Stadium. Seen some dedication here, not a warm day. As rocking back into the windup here is Howard, delivers the pitch, and it's going to be chopped up the middle to short. It'll be scooped up by Budke, the new shortstop, and natural as can be, delivers a strike to first to retire Zach Miller. That will wrap up the top of the fifth. We go to the home half. Salina South still looking for their first runs of the day when we return here on the Salina Post.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with an inspection at Commercial Tire Company. Cold weather also drops the inflation in your tires. Get them checked today to avoid losing grip or damaging your tires. Commercial Tire will help keep you safe. For repairs that aren't tire related, our automotive and diesel mechanics will fix it right the first time. Commercial Tire Centers, West Crawford and North 9th, Salina.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
6, 7, and 8 hole hitters due up here for Salina South as we go to the home half of inning number 5. First pitch in there for a called strike from Kyson Becker. The book did close on Caden Budke. He goes 4 complete innings, gives up just 3 earned runs on 4 hits, walks 2, does not plunk anybody, and strikes out 6. All told, a great day on the bump for Caden Budke, but has yet to receive any support on the offensive end as he turns things over to Brady Howard. Howard hoping the run support will come. And here it's another strikeout, this time of Dawson Dooley. It's the 4th strikeout of the game here in this outing for Kyson Becker. And as Alex Davidson strides to the dish, I mentioned before it was a 73-pitch outing for Budke. On the other side of that coin, Kyson Becker came into this half inning having thrown 56 pitches, so he's got to be getting close to that pitch count limit as well. Again, neither coach told us what that is, obviously, but trying to make sure that they protect these guys and make sure that they keep everybody in good condition and ready to go by the time the big games roll around, talking about regionals, sub-states, and, of course, hopefully for both of these teams, an appearance at the state tournament. That is certainly where Salina South has set their sights. Mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they made the state tournament in Class 5A 3 out of 4 years before the COVID year. And then, of course, everything got shut down, and since then, still seeking their first return trip to the big tournament. Brady Howard certainly wants to get there. He sat down with a couple of journalists for an article before the season began, and that seems to be the mission for a lot of these guys, finding a way to get back there. Here's a soft grounder. It'll be scooped up here. Another underhand toss to first is going to be in time as Becker will take it himself for the 2nd out of the inning. Landon Putman comes to the dish here, the first guy to reach base on Becker. Got a single back in the 3rd that he was able to work. Again, only 2 guys have been able to get on, Colton Herbal and Landon Putman, both with singles. So no walks yet for Becker. Looking to continue to cruise and delivers a first pitch fastball at the knees to start him off 0-1. Back in the windup, the 0-1 delivery. Breaks away here and evens the count. Abilene's got good pitching depth as well, even if Becker's not able to complete this game. As another ball hit out in the Bermuda Triangle, that's going to get down, and Landon Putman, on a day when nobody has really been able to solve the riddle that is Kyson Becker, he has gotten to him twice. So we'll see if that sparks a little 2-out rally here for Salina South. As Ryan Brown comes to the plate. Brown, a strikeout victim back in the 3rd inning. Trying to roll things over and get Colton Herbal another chance. First pitch, in for a called strike. Just the 2nd time today that Kyson Becker has been forced to work out of the stretch. Keeping a close eye at Putman over at first. Putman made it all the way to 3rd base. As here's another one taking up the right side. That's going to get down. They're going to go ahead and hold up Putman at 2nd, and now they will send him as, boy, there was a little errant pick there out in the outfield that was fumbled between right and center. And you saw Brown thought about going to 2nd. I think wisely held up. He's getting some coaching from Tyler Smith over there at first base, but it's going to be the same situation for Salina South. Runners at the corners, 2 down, and don't look now, but Colton Herbal, who stands in from the left side, represents the tying run. The Cougars have kept themselves in this game. They have hung around. They have not gone away. And great pitching from Caden Budke, and now Brady Howard has given them a chance here late. Still a lot of baseball left to be played, but I'll tell you what, the way Becker has been pitching today, you don't know how many of these opportunities you're going to get. First pitch is fouled away. Of course, Colton Herbal stepping in to fill the shoes of his big brother, Caden, one of 2 all-league graduates from a season ago. As the runner goes down to 2nd, they try to bait Landon Putman into taking home as the pitcher cuts it off. So Ryan Brown in at 2nd with a stolen base. But Caden Herbal was the shortstop. He was the leadoff man last year, did a lot of great things for this team, and now it is Colton's turn, and Colton shoots one back up the middle. That's going to score at least one. They are going to wave the runner around. Throw comes home, and now they've got a run down, or they would, but nobody stayed to cover first. So it will remain runners at the corners. Boy, Colton Herbal, fortunate that there was nobody there at first, or they could have thrown back, although I will say that may be why they told them to turn and take a look. In all the chaos, Landon Putman comes across to score the first run of the day for Salina South, makes it a 3-1 game. Ryan Brown moves up 90 feet to third, and Colton Herbal is in with an RBI single at first base. And we'll see if this is, in fact, the end of the line, and it is. Tip your cap. Again, both starting pitchers, excellent performances, but that is going to do it for Kyson Becker. I think he goes and gets a new mitt and some new gear. And we will let you know who the new pitcher is when we return. But for now, we will step away. It's a pitching change here for Abilene, and it comes in a 3-1 ball game here in the home half of the fifth on the Salina Post.
The winter season may be here, but paintball fun is still waiting for you at Elite Sports. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, located 5 miles south of Salina, is open for special winter hours. Get the group together and visit Elite Sports on Saturdays and Sundays this winter from 11 until 4. Elite Sports features low-impact paintballs for the beginners or little ones, so everyone can have more fun. Visit them online at salinapaintballcomplex.com. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, open and waiting for you this weekend.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back in here to Dean Evans Stadium. The new pitcher into the game for Abilene. They're going to go from all-league arm to all-league arm. It's Stockton Timbrook, the man with the golden arm, who comes in, and boy, is he going to inherit a bit of a mess. 2 down in the inning, but runners at the corners, and the first pitch is going to be jammed back to him. Timbrook goes, scoops it up, turns, throws to first. It's in time, and Abilene on just one pitch able to get themselves out of some trouble, but not before Salina South finds themselves on the scoreboard. We've got a ball game, 3-1, as we go to inning number 6. Back with more when we return. It's game 1 of our doubleheader here on the Salina Post.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
To the 6th inning we go. Another inning of work coming up here for Brady Howard, and the book with that final out does officially come to a close on Kyson Becker's day, and it was a good one for him. 4 2/3 of an inning. He gives up just 1 run on 5 hits, does not record a walk, but does record 4 strikeouts. And funny enough, he ends his day with exactly 73 pitches, the same amount as Caden Budke. So both starters go pretty deep into this game. Both of them give their team a shot at it. And here it's Abilene trying to find a way to pat on a little bit more insurance as they found their lead shrunk down to 2. Next offering here from Brady Howard misses just outside, and the count will go to 2 balls and no strikes. It's the heart of the order due up for Abilene. Heath Hookman, Stockton Timbrook, and Kyson Becker. As rocking into the windup here is Howard, and this pitch misses high and tight. And you wonder if the excitement there of the half inning maybe cooled him off a little bit. Might need some time to warm that arm back up. Would imagine Hookman will take, and he will. It's a 4-pitch walk issued here to Heath Hookman, and he will take his base, the leadoff man aboard for the Cowboys here in the 6th. Stockton Timbrook, who is now the pitcher for Abilene, stands in at the ready. He is 1 for 2 today, a strikeout, a single, a run scored, and a stolen base. Did his damage back in the 4th inning. First pitch on the way, in for a called strike. Hookman's got all right speed. He's already stolen 1 base today, but you do wonder if Abilene may be a little bit more cautious with that lead shrunk down to 2, or maybe more aggressive. We'll see. It's a reasonable lead over at first base. Got to be careful with the righty on the mound, and another fastball that misses well outside will even the count at 1-1. Timbrook digs in here from the right side. Kyson Becker, who had the RBI single, stands in the on-deck circle. Here comes the 1-0. And it's a good-looking pitch. Little late-tailing action for Howard. Makes the count 1-2. He's back in the driver's seat. One ball, 2 strikes. Timbrook looking to help his team extend the lead. South looking for their first out of the inning here. Runner goes, and it's going to be a jam shot just through the hole, and turning for a moment. Boy, it looked like he might have thought about coming back and trying to take third there, but Hookman will wisely hold up at second base. It's a single for Stockton Timbrook, and it brings Kyson Becker to the dish with nobody out and 2 aboard. That is an awkward play because you see, because the runner tries to steal, Budke has no choice but to run over to try to cover the bag on the off chance that they can throw him out at second. But unfortunately for him, that takes him out of position to make the play, and that ball just kind of rolls its way through the gap. First pitch to Becker. Misses inside. It's been a relatively eventful day for Becker. 1 for 2 so far. A single, a stolen base, and an RBI back in the 4th inning. He was the one that drove Timbrook home. I'm sure he would love to do the same again here. Brady Howard having absolutely none of that, trying to find a way to put him out. The 1-0 squaring to bunt and kind of lunging at it is Becker. Abilene not afraid to play some small ball. And really a good spot to do it. You look at the situation, you got nobody out. You can find a way to move 2 guys into scoring position and eliminate the double play. You'll take 1 out with Tyler Holloway coming up next. And he will try it again, but just cannot get a square bat on it. So 2 bunt attempts, each to no avail, each resulting in a strike. Have left no choice but for Kyson Becker to swing away here. Cowboys still seeking some insurance here. Howard brings the ball back to the belt. Delivers the 1-2. And it's a flare shot foul down the right field line. Normally, a ball gets hit like that. It'll take a second to entertain the prospect of it maybe landing in play, but on a day like today, if you're just joining us, you take a look at that flagpole out in left center field. Anything hit to the right side, more than likely going to find its way out of play. 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts at first pitch. It's been an eventful evening with Mother Nature coming to add a little layer of intrigue here to this one. Another 1-2 on its way. Runner takes off for third. It's a chopper back to the pitcher. He will turn and fire this one back to second. They get 1 return throw, is going to be blocked, but will not get by or find its way into the mitt of Putnam And it is going to be Hookman moving up to third. Timbrook thrown out at second, and Becker in on the fielder's choice, aboard at first. And after all of that, Tyler Holloway will grab a bat and stride to the dish here. So far 0 for 2. Looking to make up for it and bring home a run with one away. Howard trying to keep the runs off the board, squaring to bunt, getting down a good one. We'll see where they want to go. It's going to be tagged out. As you see there, Howard came in, got it in his mitt, and lunges out to tag Holloway, but it took enough time that Holloway did exactly what he wanted to do, and that is get Heath Hookman in to score the 4th run of the game. It's been a game where runs have come at a premium. And credit the RBI sac bunt there for Tyler Holloway to make this a 4-1 game. Here's a ball fouled away. Kyson Becker was able to move up to second on the bunt. And it's now Lane Hookman at the dish. 1 for 2 with a single in this one. Levi Evans hoping that he'll get a chance standing in the on-deck circle. Evans the only guy in the order aside from Holloway, but Holloway again has driven in a run. Only guy in this contest who has not yet reached. 0-1 misses up and away, and the count goes here to 1-1 on Lane Hookman. Be interesting to see what the pitching situation looks like for both of these teams in the second. We've seen a lot of good arms involved in this one. As this ball, boy, just a swinging bunt. It'll be fielded there by Howard, who throws back to the bag. Did they get him? They did not. That was an awfully close play. And how about the heads-up play by Howard to try to get that to Bernhardt, but just not in time. So a swinging bunt will go down as an infield single for Lane Hookman. And it will be a chance for Levi Evans here with runners at the corners and 2 away. Becker moved up to second on the sac bunt. He moved up to third just now. You got Hookman standing over on first, and I would think Hookman, with all that speed, probably going to take off here pretty early in the count. First pitch misses away here. Count goes to 1-0. Hookman advanced on a passed ball earlier today. Abilene hasn't been shy about running. They've stolen 4 bags. And there he goes. Swing and a miss, and they'll fake the throw back down to second with 2 away. Not really all that concerned about Hookman. But that's the second time we've seen South try to bait somebody into doing something silly. Kyson Becker having none of it will stay put over at third base. So runners on second and third, 2 away. Score remains 4-1. Abilene leading, looking for more. If anything, just allows Howard to go back into the windup. And his first pitch will miss. Count goes to 2-1. Talk to a lot of pitchers. Sometimes that's not such a bad thing. Although now, after delivering 1 pitch from the windup, Brady Howard goes back to the stretch. Okay. The 2-1. Breaking ball hit on the screws inside out, drifting right. It'll get picked off, though, by Dooley, and that will bring the 6th inning to an end. Abilene once again gets runners aboard, but they strand 2. They do score 1, though, and re-extend the lead back out to 3. 4-1 Cowboys as we go to the home half of inning number 6. You're tuned in to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital-grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper with a large assortment of hand towels. Check out our private line of colorful products like Mom's Streak-Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
Welcome back here on the campus. Well, I guess not so much on the campus, but here in Salina, Kansas. Tyler Henry alongside you as we go to the home half of inning number 6, and Salina South feeling the pressure here in game number 1 as they've kept it close. They've hung around. It's been a really good game of baseball, but time is winding down here on Salina South if they want to come out and steal game 1 from Abilene. We knew it was going to be a good game. You're talking about a 5A team with a lot of excellent talent, taking on a 4A team looking to get back to a 3rd straight state tournament. And so far, the advantage has been with the 4A Cowboys, as Caden Budke, Jace Humphrey, and Tristan Bernhardt will bat here for Salina South. South has got 5 hits in this game, all of them singles. And we have got we got 2 different discussions. There are 2 umpires, and both of them are getting a talking to from the Salina South coaching staff. Chris Mice having a talk with the home plate umpire will now go over and talk to the field umpire who was having let's call it a spirited discussion with Tyler Smith. And I don't know what exactly this is about, if it's something to do with Tim Brooks' delivery, if it's something else. Limited number of things this could be about because nobody's on base, and Coach Mize walks away, at least from up here, not looking all that content with the explanation. But whatever it was, well, now the discussion's going to be picked up by Tyler Smith. Without hearing what's being said, it's just really funny. Looks like a couple of guys doing the Macarena out there as we've got a swing and a ball fouled away by Budke. And the count goes to 0-2. Didn't even have a chance to really introduce Stockton Timbrook. He came into the game, he threw 1 pitch, he recorded 1 out, and he got his team out of a jam as Salina South left runners at the corners. Timbrook will induce a weak ground ball. That'll be scooped up there by the new shortstop. Throw across, not in time. It's going to get away there from the first baseman, Holloway. Turning for second is Budke, and he's going to be in without a throw. Oh, boy. Same 1-for-1 switch that was made. That was Becker, who started the game as the pitcher. He is out now working at short in place of Timbrook and just sailed the throw past Holloway. Be interesting to see how that gets ruled. I would imagine a clean error, and it will be a clean error. So first error of the day for either team. It allows Caden Budke to reach second base. And if you're Salina South, you'll absolutely take it as Jace Humphrey comes to the dish here. And now Stockton Timbrook will go out of the stretch. His first pitch in for a called strike. It's been a clean game so far. Good pitching performances, good swings. And here a jam on the inside makes the count 0-2. But Timbrook and everything this kid does involves his arm. Starting quarterback for the Abilene football team, led them out of a real dark age in Cowboy history, got them out to a great performance this year and last year, winning a couple of playoff games. Then you turn over and you look at his work and the assists that he's able to get on the basketball court, and now one of the top pitching options for one of the top teams in Class 4A. His 1-2 delivery swung on and missed. And there, they're going to say, able to get the tag was Miller before Humphrey was able to get away. So the first strikeout of the day for Stockton Timbrook. It's the first out of the 6th, and it brings up Tristan Bernhardt, who is trying to avoid the dreaded hat trick here. Bernhardt struck out swinging back in the 2nd and in the 4th, but I'll tell you what, if you're Tristan Bernhardt, you're happy to see somebody else, anybody else, on the hill, as he was having some struggles with Kyson Becker, although here is going to offer and cut right over the top of the first pitch. Tim Brook's an interesting case. He's one of the only pitchers you'll see in the state of Kansas that throws a true splitter. And it is a nasty one. If you're a fan of the Kansas City Royals, you may remember that was the calling card of one Greg Holland. And I'm not saying it's the same pitch, but when you look at the velocity that Tim Brook is able to deliver the ball home with, coming home in the low to mid-80s, and then you mix in the normal off-speed stuff, a slider, a curveball, and you have a ball that just disappears on you in the dirt. And the way he's able to mix his pitches is really tough to deal with for the average high school hitter. Here he has missed a couple. He falls behind 2-1. Tristan Bernhardt trying to keep the line moving here for the Cougars. And watches a fastball in there for a called strike. That'll even the count at 2 apiece. South is down to their final 5 outs. They only trail by 3, though. And well, now they're down to, nope, he got a piece of it. Bernhardt avoids the hat trick for now. Righty on righty. Tristan Bernhardt digs back in, ready to go here. Tim Brook comes to the belt, looks in for the sign, delivers the 2-2. It misses up and in, and the count is full. Credit Bernhardt for remaining patient here. A lot of guys, you strike out a couple of times, it's easy to get over-eager and try to force something. Payoff pitch. In there for a called strike, and that will punch out Bernhardt. It's his 3rd strikeout of the day. It's the 2nd here on back-to-back Ks for Stockton Tim Brook. Dawson Dooley will grab a bat, the next man up here for the Cougars. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out. Trying to scratch one more across and get Salina South into that bloop and a blast type territory. I always say a 2-run lead, you feel good about undoing that. You can do that quickly. Here, though, it's going to be a chopper to first. It's to Holloway. Holloway goes over, makes the tag, and that will conclude the 6th inning of play. Abilene still leading the way. They are up 4-1. We'll step away when we come back. It's the 7th inning of action. Abilene looking for more insurance here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedesthetics.org.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Welcome back into Dean Evans Stadium. Tyler Henry alongside you as we go to the 7th inning of action. Top of the order due up here for the Abilene Cowboys. Thomas Keener, Drew Hansen, and Zach Miller will lead things off here. Last chance for the Cowboys to put some more insurance up before they look to lock this game away. And the first offering from Brady Howard is in for a called strike. It's been a slow start here today for Keener, 0 for 3, as he has ground out a couple of times, also lined out in his first at-bat. Again, for Abilene, this is their first game of the season, their first official game. They had a chance to get loose in the Jamboree. But this is the first time playing in a game that matters, and there's the first hit of the year for Thomas Keener. Knew we weren't going to have to wait long. Keener pokes it up the middle, and it's a leadoff single for Abilene to start the 7th. That'll bring up Drew Hansen. Hansen standing in. Other guy that bats from the right side. Had a double and a run scored back in the first, a strikeout in the third, and a line out in the fifth. First pitch, chopped back up the middle once again. Chance here for South, maybe to turn two, but it eats up Herbal. And that is going to allow everybody to move up. Just the second error of the day. Split one aside. And it will bring Zach Miller back to the plate here with two aboard. Abilene thinking about a little insurance themselves here. Miller stands in. Like I said, the Cowboys thinking about insurance. If you're thinking about insurance, check out Smart Insurance with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Smart Insurance, a proud sponsor of today's coverage. 1-0 pitch, runner taken off for third. It's going to be a comebacker up the middle. That's going to find its way right through everybody. And turning for home is Thomas Keener. Oh boy, that ball made it by the pitcher, the shortstop, and the second baseman by about 2 inches each. But that is all it took. And one of the more awkward singles you'll see today is going to result in an RBI. Zach Miller has driven in 2 of the Abilene runs, and they find themselves up 5-1. That is a hot shot single. Everything has come back up the middle as Heath Hookman grabs a bat here and takes strike one. Everything has been, again, in that area here in this inning. So it's Hansen aboard at second, Miller at first, and Hookman trying to extend the lead here. And the Cowboys up by 4. The more run support they can get, the better they feel, but got to feel good already with a lead for Stockton Timbrook, who will come back on, looking to record the win. Of course, the team win, not the win as a pitcher. But he'll be looking to do that here in just his first game of the year. Abilene looking to start the year undefeated. Salina South looking to stay undefeated. Taking some time here, looking in, Howard delivers the pitch, and it's a called strike as Hookman watches the off-speed pitch in there. Count goes to 1-2. Howard taking his time here. They're being cautious with Hookman, the cleanup hitter today. And Hookman going to follow suit with everybody else. It's going to be taken up the middle, though. Stepping on the bag and throwing to first in time for the double play is Caden Budke. And that is 2 down. It will move Hansen to third, but a much more comfortable situation and no damage done on the scoreboard as Salina South gets a good play there from Caden Budke. The old 6-6-3. So again, Miller retired. Hansen moves up to third, and it's now Stockton Timbrook at the plate looking to earn himself one more run. First pitch in the dirt, good block there by Davidson. Be interesting to see how or if the lineups change at all in the second game. Against Salina South with a lot of pieces to play with this year, a lot of good veteran guys seeing time on the varsity field. Here's another breaking ball. This one in for a called strike to even the count at 1-1 on Timbrook. One ball, one strike. Howard working out of the windup here with a runner on third. Delivers the next pitch. Similar spot. Cannot quite paint the corner, though, and the count goes to 2-1. Howard going to step off the rubber here. Now back on and ready to go. The 2-1. Fastball in, going to miss again to Timbrook. And I know I mentioned it before, but the lineup does not get particularly easier The deeper you go, still got to deal with Becker and then Holloway if it comes to that. South would like it to not come to that, the 3-1. And it's a called strike at the knees. Fills the count. Tim Brook looks back, asks the umpire where exactly it was, and gets ready to go here again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Payoff pitch. Tip back to the screen. We'll do it again. That one almost came to a rest there on the concrete backstop there. But here we go. Howard ready. Tim Brook ready. Another payoff on the way. And this one laced out to right. Oh, boy, Tim Brook really got a hold of it, but what a catch made by Dawson Dooley out in right. Tracked it down and keeps a run off the board. We go to the home half of inning number 7. Last chance for Salina South. They trail it by 4. You're tuned in here to high school baseball coverage on the Salina Post.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with an inspection at Commercial Tire Company. Cold weather also drops the inflation in your tires. Get them checked today to avoid losing grip or damaging your tires. Commercial Tire will help keep you safe. For repairs that aren't tire-related, our automotive and diesel mechanics will fix it right the first time. Commercial Tire Centers, West Crawford and North 9th, Salina.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
Stockton Tim Brook back on the hill here, looking to close this one out. Came in relief of the starter today, Kyson Becker, back in the 5th inning. Got a quick out and then cruised his way through the 6th after an error allowed a runner aboard. So Tim Brook will face the bottom of the lineup here. It'll be Alex Davidson, Landon Putman, and Ryan Brown who represent the last hopes for Salina South, at least here in Game 1. Just a reminder, we'll have coverage of Game 2 of this doubleheader coming your way, and don't worry about changing links or anything like that. We'll have it for you right here on this very stream, but we will step away to take the break with the players, lock and load, and get ready to go for game number 2. And it would appear that Alex Davidson has blown a tire. Had to go back down and do a little shoe maintenance there. If you blow a tire, don't forget, Commercial Tire Center will provide you with all the latest and greatest in tire technology. Be sure to go get your rotations taken care of, and if you need a new set, they will hook you up. Commercial Tire Center, a proud sponsor of today's coverage. Ball chopped foul back to the third base dugout, and the count goes to 0-2 on Alex Davidson, who's going to have to be awfully cautious here. Tim Brook working out of the windup, looks awfully comfortable and delivers the 0-2 pitch. Misses up and away. Boy, really pulled that one. Tell Tim Brook put a little extra something behind that. He was trying to pump the velo a bit and instead makes the count 1-2. Tim Brook still working from the windup, delivers the pitch and got him. Stockton Tim Brook's 3rd strikeout here as he has faced 6 batters. And he puts down Alex Davidson. It's 1 away. Salina South down to their final 2 outs. That said, if there's one guy that has had Abilene's number today, it's been this one, Landon Putman. 2 singles, a run scored back in the 5th inning. And a interesting matchup here, quarterback versus quarterback. Putman, the quarterback for Salina South. Stockton Tim Brook, the quarterback for Abilene. Doing battle here on the diamond with the wind continuing to howl in and from left to right here at Dean Evans Stadium. The 0-1 pitch is a weak grounder coming across as Hookman picks it up, looks to throw on the run, and he got him. Good play there by Heath Hookman. He is really impressed from the hot corner and made that play look awfully routine when it was anything but. So Salina South down to their final out. Ryan Brown stands in at the ready. 1 for 2 today, a single, a stolen base, and a strikeout. Stockton Timbrook looking to slam the door shut and get his Cowboys off to a 1-0 start to the campaign. Squaring to bunt is Brown. It's going to be back to Timbrook, who picks it up and throws to first, and that will do it. Abilene holds on. They take the opener of this doubleheader, and they get it over Salina South by a final score of 5-1. We will step away for about 20-30 minutes, but when we return on the other side of the break, it's game 2 of this doubleheader. Salina South and Abilene will play one more. That's coming your way here in about 30 minutes, and it's coming your way right here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine of the Week.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with
Welcome back in here at Dean Evans Stadium as we are ready for Game 2 of our doubleheader here between the Salina South Cougars and the Abilene Cowboys. Abilene coming out and taking the opener 5-1, and the first pitch is off and underway as we get ready to start Game 2. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Abilene Cowboys. It'll be Thomas Keener to lead things off. He will be followed by Drew Hansen, then Zach Miller in the 3-hole, and Heath Hookman leading the charge from the cleanup spot today as the next offering is in there for a called strike, and the count goes 2-1-1. Batting fifth, it's Stockton Timbrook, then Kyson Becker, Jake Bartley, Lane Hookman, and Levi Evans bringing up the caboose here of the Abilene lineup. 1-1 pitch on the way. That is just across, not quite in there though. And it starts off here at 2-1 to Thomas Keener. Next offering on the way, misses down and away. The starting pitcher for the Salina South Cougars will be Tristan Bernhardt. Here to get things underway in Game 2. Let's work the count here to 3-1. Rocks in, delivers the pitch, and misses away. So it's going to be a leadoff walk here for Abilene as Thomas Keener will take his base to bring up Drew Hansen. 5-pitch walk to start him off there. Taking a look in the field for Salina South, it will be Sitton getting the start behind the plate. Putman over at first. Herbal at second, Howard at short, and Budke tending to the hot corner today as a stolen base will be swiped here by Thomas Keener. Took off quickly. Count goes to 0-1 on Drew Hansen. And like I mentioned before, Abilene has not been shy about swiping bags today. Your outfield for Salina South from left to right consists of Brown in left, Dooley in right, and Humphrey getting the start today in center. 0-1 pitch. Misses at the knees. Counts even here at 1-1. Still trying to work our way through some of the classic doubleheader chaos with the quick turnaround, trying to get the lineup cards filled out. And a little jam shot foul will make the count 1-2 on Drew Hansen. Hansen reached base in 2 of his 4 plate appearances in the first game of this doubleheader, a double and an error, also struck out and lined out. He was one of 5 guys for Abilene who did get 5 plate appearances. Good day for the Cowboys. They kept the line moving and are looking to do the same here as another pitch misses inside, and that will even the count at 2-2. Once again, it's Bernhardt. Delivers the 2-2 pitch, and it's going to be grounded softly down the line. That's a good heads-up play, as letting it roll is Budke, and it's harmlessly out of play to keep the count at 2-2. So Budke, the starter in Game 1, slid over to play short. He now finds himself at third base. Most of this South defense, though, staying put right where they were. And, of course, Brady Howard is right back to work at shortstop. Decent lead for Keener off second. 2-2 the count. Drew Hansen ready for the pitch and cuts right through it for strike 3. It's the first strikeout of the outing here. And a good start for Bernhardt. 1 away here in the first, and it brings up Zach Miller. Miller was a big thorn in the side of Salina South. He had an RBI triple, came around to score a run. Came in to score on that passed ball, also able to reach on a single. First pitch to him, breaking ball, misses low, able to pick up and stay on it is Sitton. Back in the stretch here. Next offering on the 1-2. Inside-out swing, headed down the right field line. It's going to get down. That's a fair ball. Everybody going to move up here. We'll see if they get aggressive with Keener, and they're going to go ahead and wave him around. Turning for third. He's going to be in, not without a throw, but in safely. It's the second RBI triple of the day for Zach Miller, and it puts Abilene on top 1-0. Boy, how about that? Zach Miller, his first at-bat in both games, and an identical result, driving in the first run of the game with an RBI triple. I would have to imagine not many guys in the state of Kansas with 2 triples already here in the first week of high school baseball season, and it brings up Heath Hookman, who will slash one foul off to the right side. Will be interesting, full transparency, to see where the Abilene guys end up out in the field. Taking a look at a lineup card with no positions on it, but we'll figure it out as the 0-1 is popped up and foul, and the count goes to 0-2 here on Heath Hookman. Hookman was able to reach on a walk his first time up. Matter of fact, he reached base twice on 2 walks back in the first game between these two earlier this afternoon. Conditions continuing to cool, feeling a little more like winter than spring today. About 51 degrees, all sunshine, plenty of wind, much like we had back in the first game. Back from the stretch, trying to get out of some trouble here, and another ball taken out the right side, drifting into foul territory. The catch is made, but that is going to result in a sacrifice fly as Zach Miller comes in to score easily. The second run of the day here for Abilene, who lead it 2-0 here in the top of the first. So Heath Hookman does his job. He drives in the second run. It clears the bases for Stockton Timbrook. Timbrook, of course, came in and wrapped things up for Abilene on the mound back in that first game. First pitch to him here, big swing and a miss, and falls behind at 0-1. We'll say the wind has calmed down a little bit, still gusty, but not quite as bad as it was earlier. Still a high wind advisory. If you check your app, got gusts coming in approximately 15 to 20 miles an hour. The 1-1. Another swing and a miss there as Stockton reaches for the 9-iron. Can't dig that one out of the sand trap, and the count goes to 1-2. Cowboys looking for a perfect 2-0 start to the season. Salina South trying to avoid falling to 500. The 1-2 from Bernhardt. Misses upstairs, tries to get Stockton to chase around the letters, and nothing doing there. Still working from the stretch. Bernhardt comes to the ready, delivers the 2-2. This one lifted out to right. Dawson Dooley's been a busy man. He will track this over to the line and makes the catch for out number 3. But not before Abilene. Strike for 2 early runs. They take the 2-0 lead. Back with more high school game return. It's baseball season, and you're watching it right here on the Salina Post.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week as we work our way into spring coverage. And it is a 2-0 lead here early for Abilene as we go to the home half of inning number 1. And with that, let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Salina South Cougars. It will all start with the leadoff man and the second baseman today, and that is Colton Herbal. He will be followed in the order by Brady Howard, who plays short, and Caden Budke, who stands in at third base. Batting cleanup is your center fielder, Caden Stoffer. And we'll get the rest of the lineup here in just a moment. First pitch misses away for a ball. So another chance coming up here as the pitch is delivered, and it's in there for a called strike. Moving on down the line for Salina South, batting fifth will be the pitcher. That is Bernhardt. And then rounding out the last four spots in the order, Dawson Dooley is your right fielder today. Landon Putman plays first. Your new catcher for this one is Bronx Sitton. And as this ball is chopped, the third picked up by Heath Hookman. Throw across off of one hop, no good. Gets away from Holloway. Turning now and heading for second. It's going to be a chance for Colton Herbal to be in standing up at second base, and he is. So Herbal legs out, I would think an infield single. That would have been a heck of a play had Hookman found a way to actually make it happen. But to go back and quickly finish my thought, rounding out the lineup for Salina South is your left fielder. And for this game, that will be Ryan Brown. Good start here for Salina South. Colton Herbal aboard at second, nobody out, and Brady Howard at the dish. And with that, let's go ahead and meet the starting pitcher for the Abilene Cowboys. And that, in this game, will be Thomas Keener. Keener working out of the stretch here with a runner on second. First pitch, or rather next pitch, laced down the line and just foul. Boy, Howard did not miss extra bases by much with that swing. Abilene back to work, a 1-1 count. Check of the runner here, looking home, delivers the pitch, misses outside in the dirt. And the count now 2-1 on Brady Howard. Was a quiet afternoon for a lot of guys in the lineup. Landon Putman able to reach on 3 singles, but aside from that, only a handful of hits, 5 total for Salina South in the opener, but they figured something out here. This ball laced into the right field. They're going to go ahead and wave the runner around. He is going to try to score. Throw gets cut off by the pitcher, and it's going to be an RBI single for Brady Howard. So how about that? 2 batters into this game, and Salina South has equaled the run total from the first contest, and hungrily looking for more here. Great piece of hitting that time for Brady Howard. We'll turn things over to Caden Budke. Budke stands in, another righty in the lineup. First pitch, just off the plate, and they're going to call it outside. With the quality of pitching we saw in the first game, again, both of these teams are deep with trusted arms. But you have to wonder if we might see the floodgates open up just a bit offensively here in Game 2. Certainly was the case for Salina South when they traveled to Junction City on Monday, as in Game 2 they got an 18-3 win over the Blue Jays. 1-1 the count right now on Caden Budke. And he will take outside, but it cuts the outer half of the black. They'll call it a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Next offering on its way, taken up the middle, could be 2. They'll go the short way for 1, back across, skip to first to Holloway in time. And it's a 6-4-3 double play to clear the paths for Jace Humphrey. It's a great situation there for Abilene as they're able to get it relatively risk-free. And as previously mentioned, it'll be the cleanup man, Jace Humphrey, trying to restart the effort. His team down just 2-1 early on here in the first inning. Both offenses getting it rolling here. Back to the windup. Pitch on the way. Just off the plate there. Again, good stuff early on here in the outing for Thomas Keener. Here's one taken to third, bobbled by Hookman, but it's foul. So nothing too big to worry about there. Count evens at 1-1. Two down, home half of the first. Already one across for Salina South. And the pitch in there for a called strike will make it a 1-2 count on Humphrey, who's got to get protective of the plate. Pulls another one. Foul down that third base line. It's been working to that side a good amount in this at-bat, and if nothing else, has found ways to get Keener's pitch count up a little bit here in the first. 1-2. Right down the middle, called strike 3. Humphrey is down. It's the first strikeout of the day for Keener, and it gets Abilene out of the inning with only 1 run given up. It's a 2-1 lead for the Cowboys. They're back to bat when we return here on the Salina Post.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper with a large assortment of hand towels. Check out our private line of colorful products like Mom's Streak-Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
Another inning of work here for Tristan Bernhardt as he will turn to face off against the 6, 7, and 8 hole hitters for the Abilene Cowboys. And that means Kyson Becker, Jake Bartley, and Lane Hookman. Bartley, one of the few new bats into the order here, as this pitch misses down and away, and the count will start at 2-0. Aside from the triple and the walk, it was a pretty solid start to this outing here for Salina South. But again, just another good piece of hitting by Zach Miller, his second RBI triple of the day. And for the second time today as well, he comes across and scores the second run for Abilene. This time around, though, Salina South able to bounce back. They respond, pick up a run of their own. And that's exactly what they needed. Good bounce back inning. Right back within one. Next offering missing in the dirt here, and the count will be, it'll be a 4-pitch walk issued here to Kyson Becker. Out in center field here for this game. So it's a second straight leadoff walk, and that's the thing you got to be cautious of. You put those guys on for free, more often than not, they find their way around. And that was the case with Thomas Keener, who walked back in the first. Now it falls to Jake Bartley, his first at-bat of the day. Did not see time in the first game. And will take the first pitch low at the knees, as I think finally all caught up here in the scorebook and ready to rock and roll. 1-0 the count here to Bartley. The new first baseman taking over for Tyler Holloway, who is out of the lineup here, and he will slice one to first. They will go ahead and cut down the lead runner. It's a good heads-up play there by Putnam. And that will handle Kyson Becker as Bartley moves up on the fielder's choice, one away. Lane Hookman will be the new batter. Right fielder reached on an infield single, also reached on a walk. So he got on base 2 of his first 3 at-bats today. Looking for a little bit more here with a runner on first. Abilene looking to stretch this 1-run lead. Tristan Bernhardt's first pitch. Boy, jammed him. Surprised that Hookman even offered at that. And another ball will fall victim to the netting here at Dean Evans Stadium. It's got a buddy up there. 2 baseballs softly nestled in the top of the netting there. No way to go. I'm sure they'll clean that out eventually. Here it's the 0-1 pitch. And it's taken the other way, but foul down that third base line. As boy, Hookman playing with the corners right now, but he falls behind 0-2. Only going to get cooler as the evening goes on. Again, about 50 degrees at first pitch. And expecting that to continue to drop into the night as we see if the lights are needed here at Dean Evans this evening. Another pitch misses inside. That makes it a 1-2 count here on Hookman. And, boy, very casually there, Jake Bartley moved up to second. And they're going to call, I guess, a balk, says our field umpire. That is Max Hudson, umpire out in the field, calling the balls and strikes. Is Jeff Keat. The 1-2 misses low, and the count goes even here. Good patient at bat for Lane Hookman. Not getting too eager, not getting too aggressive, just doing what he needs to do. And battling his way back in this count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner aboard at second. 2-1 our score here in the top of inning number 2. And another swing and a ball tipped back into the mitt. That's as good as a strikeout. Or is it? Actually, it may have been a 2-1 count there. Either that or the catcher didn't receive it cleanly. Either way, 1-2 is now the new count, and this ball is going to get away from Sitton, and Bartley will move up to take another base. Got to be the weirdest trip to third for Jake Bartley. Reaches on a fielder's choice, gets to second on a balk, now gets to third on a passed ball. Having all sorts of adventures out there on the base paths, but he's now 90 feet away from becoming an insurance run. Hookman trying to drive him in. Here comes the 2-2, we think. And it's inside. And now the count has to be full. Trying to see the fingers from home plate umpire. There we go. Puts him up there. So it is 3-2. Still just 1 down. Here comes the payoff. And that misses low, and it's another walk, this time to Lane Hookman. So 2 aboard, runners at the corners with 1 down, and Levi Evans will stride to the dish. Evans trying to make good after an 0 for 3 performance in the opener of this doubleheader again earlier today. Abilene getting the win 5-1. Did it in a variety of ways, grounded out, struck out, and lined out. And here, squares to bunt and pops one up as Abilene trying to move that runner up just a bit. Hookman's got good speed. He's the right fielder. Covers a lot of ground. He's had to cover a lot of ground with that win today. He beat out an infield single back in the 6th inning. But it looks like they want to let him, or rather they want him to move up on a sacrifice perhaps, or maybe they were just trying to draw Salina South off guard. We'll see if Evans offers it a bunt here again. The 0-1, and he is swinging away, pops that out to right field, drifting over near the line, looking up and making the catch is Dawson Dooley, but that's going to bring in another run as the third run of the day comes in as Jake Bartley is able to score. It's a sac fly for Levi Evans. It's a 3-1 lead for the Abilene Cowboys. Second sacrifice fly out to right field today for Abilene just in this game. And back to the top of the order we go. Thomas Keener will grab a bat. Hookman still stands aboard here at first. Pitch on the way. Keener took off, or rather Hookman took off, and he is in without a throw. It's another stolen base here for Abilene. They have been running rampant on the base paths throughout the course of this 2-game set. 1-0 pitch, flare shot, drifting to the fence and run down by Budke. And that will put a stop to the top of the second. But Abilene finds one more run. They lead it 3-1 as we go to the home half of inning number 2. You're tuned in to high school baseball coverage here on the Salina Post.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedesthetics.org.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Well, during the break, a member of the Abilene coaching staff doing some good work and getting those baseballs free from the netting. As, boy, you can never have too many baseballs, especially not in a doubleheader like this. And great to get them rescued there from the net. We play on. It's the second inning and the home half for the Salina South Cougars as Tristan Bernhardt will lead it off from Dawson Dooley and Landon Putnam. And Salina South hanging around here early on, 3-1 our score, 2 runs for Abilene in the top of the first, 1 for Salina South in the home half, and then a run taken right back by Abilene back in the second. Another inning of work coming up here for Thomas Keener. Working out of the windup, the righty kicks and fires. That ball is going to be taken up the left side, picked there by Tim Brook, throw back across in time as he gets it to Bartley for out number 1. And thanks to some clutch super sleuthing during the commercial break from legendary Salina South Athletic Director Ryan Stewart, we were able to deduce the defense in the field for Abilene. It's Zach Miller once again behind the dish. It's Bartley at first, Hansen at second, Timbrook at short, and Hookman at third as we've got another pop-up. This one near the line, drifting into foul territory, trying to make a crazy catch was Bartley. But again, you're infield around the horn. Bartley at first, Hansen at second, Timbrook at short, Hookman is at third. That's Heath Hookman. And then in the outfield, you've got Evans in left, Becker in center, and Hookman in right. 0-1 the count here on Dawson Dooley, the right fielder. He's been a busy man throughout the course of this doubleheader. Again, the wind pushing everything that way. Keener's 0-1 delivery is taken out to right. This one is continuing to carry, but Hookman's got it, looks up and makes the catch for out number 2. Good start here, except for the couple of singles given up right off the bat, but similar to what we saw back in that first game for Caden Budke, once Thomas Keener has settled in, he's looked good. He's retired the last 4 in a row, looking to make it 5 with Landon Putnam at the dish. But Putnam's been a thorn in Abilene's side today. He's already reached on 3 singles back in the first game of this doubleheader. 0-1 pitch to him, caught waving at a curveball outside. And he'll have to shorten up just a bit on that swing. Here, takes one up the left side. Timbrook there for it. Strong arm, gets it across. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning here for the Abilene Cowboys, who were able to get out unscathed with another 0 on the scoreboard. 3-1 is our score. Salina South back in the field when we return. It's the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with an inspection at Commercial Tire Company. Cold weather also drops the inflation in your tires. Get them checked today to avoid losing grip or damaging your tires. Commercial Tire will help keep you safe. For repairs that aren't tire related, our automotive and diesel mechanics will fix it right the first time. Commercial Tire Centers, West Crawford and North 9th, Salina.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
Back to baseball here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, Game 2 of our doubleheader. And, boy, if you're just joining us, earlier today, Abilene took the win. They got it 5-1 over Salina South. It's the first game that we have broadcast here on the baseball or softball side, and looking forward to continuing expanding our sports coverage. I want to thank all of you, though, who have supported us throughout the course of the year. It's been a lot of fun starting up the game of the week, getting into some Sacred Heart coverage, and, of course, continuing to bring you coverage of Southeast of Salina athletics on the Salina Post. All of that courtesy of some of our great sponsors and coverage of today's game, as well as those games all year long, brought to you by Salina Septic Service, Commercial Tire Center, and Elite Sports Paintball Complex. For the Abilene Cowboys, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up here. Drew Hansen, Zach Miller, and Heath Hookman. And another inning of work for Tristan Bernhardt. Righty against righty here to lead off the home half of the second, or rather the visitors' third, and a ball chopped straight up the middle. Good effort there for Howard, just not quite in time, and Hansen is aboard here with a leadoff single. It's the third straight inning in as many opportunities for Abilene that the leadoff man has reached. And Hansen finds himself standing on first for Zach Miller. Again, it bears repeating just because of how rare and odd it is. Zach Miller with 2 triples in 4 at-bats here today. First pitch misses in the dirt. Nothing Sitton's going to do about that, and Hansen will take an extra bag. It's been the way Abilene has handled their business today. It's been a whole lot of get him on, get him over, get him in. They've stolen a lot of bases. They've taken advantage of passed balls. Moved up on a balk. You do what you got to do. Here's the 1-0. And this one is taken, drifting into the gap. The wind is going to push that over, although I don't know that Humphrey had a chance. They will hold the runner up at third, and wisely so. That cutoff came into Herbal just in time. And Zach Miller finds his way aboard here with a single, puts runners at the corners with nobody out for Heath Hookman. Hookman, an RBI on a sac fly back in the first inning, brought in the second run of the day. He got Miller across here trying to score Hansen. I would imagine Zach Miller will not be long for first. if the previous game was any indication. He takes a big secondary lead. Doesn't take off, though, perhaps trying to give the catcher a little something extra to think about as the count starts off here at 1-0. Abilene stole 4 bases back in the first game of this doubleheader. They have stolen 4 already and make it 5 as, oh boy, Zach Miller in with relative ease. So 6 stolen bases on the day for Abilene through what is going into the 10th inning of this 2-game set. More importantly, 2 in scoring position with nobody out. And a check swing there. They're going to say either it caught the zone or he went around. And oh boy, a backpedaling catch there for Bernhardt. That one almost made its way over his head. Got to be careful. Like I said, we've seen Abilene score on some funky business today. Here's the 1-2. Chopped foul down the third base line. Had to dive out of the way there, did Hansen. But he is able to make it work. And we will do it again. Back out of the stretch here once again is Bernhardt. Looks in for the sign. The 1-2. Missed it away, and the count evens at 2-2. Cowboys have scored in a majority of innings today. They have not really broken it open in any of the trickling in runs one after the next. As here, it's a check swing. They're going to have to check this down to first, trying to be careful, but sailing the throw, he's off the bag and he's safe. Oh my goodness, Heath Hookman is going to reach on a dropped third strike as taking maybe a little too long was sitting behind the dish. And he threw it just a little out of the radius of Landon Putnam. So the bases are juiced for Stockton Timbrook with nobody out. You can bet Timbrook licking his chops at this opportunity here in his second game of the season, trying to find a way to break this game open for the Cowboys. First pitch to him. Takes a healthy cut. That one rolls up the netting. And the count will start at 0-1. It's a good start for Bernhardt. Looking for a few more like that. Got to be cautious. Timbrook's got good power. He's got really good pop in that bat. The 0-1. That misses just up around the letters. Tough pitch to lay off of, but Timbrook able to do just that. One and one the count. Hansen aboard at third, Miller at second, Hookman at first. The pitch is laced foul. With how the wind is carrying, that thing's going to get blown into a nice little forest out here behind Dean Evans. I would hate to be the freshman that drew the short straw and is on foul ball duty today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Timbrook back in the box. Pitch from Bernhardt. And it's a called strike. They're going to ring him up. Timbrook didn't like it on the inside. Technically the second strikeout of this inning, but only the first recorded out because Hookman reached on the dropped third strike. So officially, 3 strikeouts recorded today by Tristan Bernhardt, but only 1 out in the inning. And Kyson Becker, who reached on a walk to lead off the second at the plate. Lunges at the first pitch that he sees and sends that foul down the right field line. Good to see that Abilene brought their warm weather gear. Most of the teams did. And this time of year, you just never know what the Kansas weather's going to get you. Today, it's a lot of cold, it's a lot of wind, it's a little sun. And whoa. Okay. Home plate umpire emphatically calling for time there as Sitton popped up out of his crouch and ran down, wanted to have a word with Bernhardt about something. Wonder if it might be something he saw or if it's just some advice on how to approach Kyson Becker. In case you're wondering what kind of a day Becker has had so far, he has reached a whole lot with only one hit. He struck out once, he walked once, he singled, and he has reached on a fielder's choice. Here's the 0-1. Misses in the dirt, and the count evens at 1-1. Here on the Abilene vet. Of course, Kyson Becker credited with the win in game number 1. Starts his season off as a pitcher at 1-0. Here trying to help his team out to another victory. The 1-1 pitch is going to be laced right to second, picked up by Herbal. They go the short way for one, back across. It's close, but it's in and out of the mid, and the runner never stopped going. Drew Hansen came in to score. Zach Miller never stopped. He turns the corner, and it's going to result in 2 more coming across the score here for Abilene as Kyson Becker will reach on another fielder's choice. Boy, he's reached 4 times today. He has just 1 hit, and he brings in 2 runs. Hookman is the one retired, and now it's Jake Bartley at the plate with 2 away and a runner at first. And the first pitch gets away here from Sitton. Becker moves up to take second. Again, the Cowboys with that lead at 5-1. And they're thinking about more here with another runner in scoring position and 2 down. Bernhardt's just trying to find a way to get out of this. Abilene, again, they've scored in a majority of innings today. They've scored in all 3 innings here in game 2. And it's going to be another hot shot up the right side. That's going to get down. Dooley scoops it up. He will throw it in. They will wave the runner around. There's going to be a throw. It's close at the plate, but it's away from Sitton. And it's going to score another run. Jake Bartley with an RBI single puts the Cowboys up 6-1. That'll bring Lane Hookman back to the plate. This is the kind of aggressive base running that you come to expect out of a Cowboy team. Abilene holding true to that. You wonder if Bartley might not be long for first as well. First pitch on the way again. Gets by Sitton. That one right there in the dirt. There have been a couple of these that are not necessarily on him, but that's one I think if you ask Sitton, he'd say he'd like to have back. And in all the chaos, Jake Bartley does move up to second on the passed ball. 1-0 the count. Bernhardt delivers the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike on the inner half. So the count goes to 1-1. Bartley likely going to stay put at second base. The 1-1 pitch on the way. And that one is shot to short. It gets under the glove of Howard. That's going to score another run. Throw comes in awkwardly off the mound, and it's going to be another RBI single for Lane Hookman. You give credit there to Brady Howard. He gave it a go, trying to make the diving stop, but just could not figure it out, and that is going to bring Chris Mize out to talk with, I'm guessing, everybody. And there have been some problems for Salina South defensively here in this inning, really just in this inning. We haven't seen a lot of craziness outside of that, and maybe the word was just, hey guys, settle down, it's all right. But whatever message was needed is delivered, and the situation remains the same. Runner on first, 2 away. That's the 4th run to come across in the inning as the Cowboys now lead 7-1. Hookman with good speed. He's already stolen 1 base today. Levi Evans, who has a sac fly, still looking for his first hit of the day, officially 0 for 4. From the stretch, first pitch on the way. It's going to be shot up the right side. That gets down. It's got a chance to roll into the gap. Hookman turns and heads for third. They're going to go ahead and hold him up. And it's another single as the hit parade continues here for Abilene, and they've done almost all of this with 2 away. Hookman moves up to third, and Thomas Keener becomes the 9th batter to step to the plate here for the Cowboys. And I hate to be this guy because you don't want to bring it up, but at the same time, this inning has been over a long time ago, if not for the drop third strike. Heath Hookman was able to advance. That kept an out off the board, an out that Salina South desperately wants right now is, they're just going to have to let Levi Evans swipe second. So it's another stolen base here. Goes down as the 8th of the day for Abilene. They've got runners on second and third. They might not be done yet. Thomas Keener looking to buy his team a little more insurance. And the pitch here misses away. Count goes even at 1-1. Keener in this game, a walk and a pop out. One ball, one strike, still 2 away. Feels like there's been 2 away for a while. And a called strike on a pitch up and away, just barely crosses the zone. Generally, in the second game of the doubleheader, you do see more offense. Salina South hoping that they can catch up on the other side of the break, but first they got to find a way to record one more out. Here's the 1-2. And again, misses well outside. Good idea trying to get Keener to chase away, but may have just slipped a little bit as Bernhardt struggling to locate that outside fastball. He will come back to the belt here, though, looking to get his team out of this inning. The 2-2, and again, throws it far enough outside that Keener never seriously considered taking a cut. He got ahead 1-2. He has fallen behind to fill the count. Keener, the starting pitcher, trying to give himself a little insurance from the plate. The payoff pitch, outside, ball 4. And Thomas Keener will reach on a walk to load the bases for the second time this inning and bring Drew Hansen, who started all of this with a leadoff single, up to the plate here for the second time in the third inning. And once again, coming out to have a chat with his hurler is Bronx Sitton. And Chris Mize is out as well, and it looks like he will make a call to the bullpen. We will step away, and we'll get you information on the new pitcher when we return. You are tuned in to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week here on the Salina Post.
The winter season may be here, but paintball fun is still waiting for you at Elite Sports. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, located 5 miles south of Salina, is open for special winter hours. Get the group together and visit Elite Sports on Saturdays and Sundays this winter from 11 until 4. Elite Sports features low-impact paintballs for the beginners or little ones, so everyone can have more fun. Visit them online at salinapaintballcomplex.com. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, open and waiting for you this weekend.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
Drew Emerson will be the new right-handed arm coming in here for Salina South, and boy, has he inherited a mess. Bases loaded, 2 away, just needs 1 out to get out of this. And a battle of the Drews as he will face Drew Hansen, and the first pitch gets away. Sitting able to keep it in front, though, and prevent the run from coming home. Obviously, the book's still open on Tristan Bernhardt, hoping that he will not inherit any more runs. As, again, Emerson called upon here to put out the fire. The 1-0, boy, almost comes in and gets him, and maybe a little fortunate there that Hansen tried to get out of the way instead of just turning his back and bringing in a run. 2 balls, no strikes. Emerson trying to settle in and locate the zone. Here comes the pitch. And that one does find it to make the count 2-1, and the green light going to be flicked on here for Drew Hansen, who already has a single and a run scored and a chance here to break this game open even further. Again, 7-1 our score. Abilene with the lead here in the visitors' third. They've scored 4 runs already in this half inning alone. The 2-1 is going to be chopped high to third. It'll be picked up by Budke. His throw across is in time, and Abilene will leave him loaded. But not before they strike for 4 big runs here in the third inning. We'll step away when we come back. South trying to claw back. They trail at 7-1 here on the Salina Post.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital-grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper, assortment of hand towels, line of colorful products like Mom's Streak-Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
Welcome back here to Dean Evans Stadium. Tyler Henry alongside you. Abilene holding a big old lead now, 7-1. They lead it by 6, and still a lot of baseball left to be played, but Salina South in need of some runs. We'll see if they can find a way to get them here. And if nothing else, a really long half inning, a pitching change, 4 runs, a lot of deep at bats. It definitely kept Thomas Keener on the bench and on the base paths for a solid amount of time. And I know that Salina South is hoping that means maybe he'll come out and be a little bit colder. Looked like South was going to be off to a good start. They singled in each of their first 2 at bats, and thanks to a kind of an odd play that allowed Herbal to move up to second on the single, he came in to score a run. So Salina South, they got off to a good start. They score an early run, but since then it's been all Abilene, and they trail 7-1. Keener on the hill here, working out of the windup, will deliver the first pitch to Brock Sitton, and he will take it to third. It's picked up by Hookman. Throw across is in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. Solid efficiency out of Thomas Keener. It was 8-9-1 due up for Salina South. That'll bring Ryan Brown to the plate for his first at bat, and then back to the top and Colton Herbal, who has had a solid day today. Herbal, of course, reached on the single, came around to score. Ryan Brown trying to sort it out. First pitch to him. Inside out swing, fouled away. Fans here at Dean Evans Stadium really starting to bundle up. A lot of those that showed up earlier today without coats have since filed out and gone home. Another inside-out swing, another foul ball, and the count goes to 0-2. Brown trying to start something with one away here. His team trailing. Pitch on the way here from Keener. Got him. Swung right through it, did Ryan Brown. It's the second strikeout of the day for Thomas Keener. And it flips the book back over and brings Colton Herbal back to the plate. Herbal has sorted it at the plate, mentioned 1 for 1 in this one, and 2 for 3 with an RBI single back in the first game. Brought around the 1 Abilene run. Here trying to start a 2-out rally if he can. Again, a big mainstay in this lineup, has to duck out of the way of a pitch here that almost runs in and gets him. That's the last thing that Abilene wants right now. Any free runners. As the next pitch will miss as well. And the count goes to 3-0. 4-pitch walk going to be issued here by Keener. And Herbal will reach. He's been finding his way on base. Like I said, 3 hits for him today. He has reached in 4 out of his 6 plate appearances. And he's been finding ways to set the table. It's all you can ask out of your leadoff guy. Flips things over to the 2-hole hitter, Brady Howard, who had the RBI single that brought Herbal into score back in that first inning. Keener back to work here, working out of the stretch. Takes a look in from the side and delivers one that goes behind the batter. That'll allow Herbal to move up easily. And look out. It's going to be scored as a wild pitch, at least in my book, as it looked like that one might have just slipped. And for a guy that had his control down well, he got the strikeout of Brown. This is now 6 straight balls for Thomas Keener. And there, he gets a strike to get himself back on track. It's one that he needed. Looking for one more clean out to get his team out of the third inning. Looks back to second. And here, delivers the 2-1. And again, he misses up and in. So the count goes to 3 balls and a strike. This is the meat of the Salina South batting lineup. Again, if you do walk Howard, you have to contend with Caden Budke and then Jace Humphrey. Here is the 3-1 pitch, and it's fouled away. The count will be full here on the Cougar shortstop. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Here in the home half of inning number 3 of a 7-1 ball game. Pitch from Keener. It's going to be laced into the gap in right center field. That gets down. It'll score a run easily as Howard will turn and dig for second. And there's a miscommunication trying to pick up the ball. Howard is going to hold up at second base, and I think wisely so. It'll be an RBI double. And how about that? Brady Howard's got 2 RBIs today. And both times, the man he has driven in has been Colton Herbal. It's exactly what you want out of your 1-2 punch at the top of the lineup. And it will set Salina South up in good position as now we see Coach Bartley come out to the bump. And might this be the pitch count limit? Or is this just a conversation? We'll have to wait and see. Keener still out there for now. as the home plate umpire comes out to break up the festivities. And it looks like just a conversation. Keener will stay out there. Again, he was cruising. He gave up a single to Herbal and then an RBI single to Howard back in the first. Turned around, retired the next 7 straight batters, and then walked Herbal and gave up an RBI double to Brady Howard. So 4 guys have reached base for Salina South in this game, and they are both named Colton Herbal and Brady Howard. First pitch here, topped, popped, and drifting over the dugout for a loud strike one as Bartley gave chase. Count will start at 0-1 on Caden Budke. Budke grounded into a double play back in the first inning. Here, though, has an opportunity to help his team cut into the lead. Still working out of the stretch here is Keener. Looks the runner back to second. Checks him a second time, and time is called. Not a huge surprise there. Taking a lot of time, keeping an eye on Howard at second. He'll come back to the bell here. Look the runner back once again, delivers the 0-1 pitch. And it's another flare shot out to right. Hookman charging in is not able to secure it. Oh my goodness, Hookman had the ball in his mitt and then just dropped it. He did the hard part to run it down, and that is going to go down as an error as Caden Budke stands in safely at first. And another run comes across to score for Salina South, and the Cougars have found life. Turns things over to the cleanup man, Jace Humphrey, who takes high for strike or for ball one. And all of a sudden, it's Thomas Keener struggling to locate that zone. It's been an odd turn of events. Keener was cruising. He set down 7 straight batters, and here has one come back off of his own shoulder. Charging in is Tim Brook. There won't be a throw. And everything is just falling apart for Abilene here in the third. It's going to go down as an infield single. There's nothing else you can rule it. Just took it off the pitcher, did Jace Humphrey, and runners at first and second now for Tristan Bernhardt, who I'm sure would love a chance to get some redemption here. The book officially closed on Bernhardt. He was the starting pitcher. He went 2 2/3, gave up 7 runs on 6 hits, walked 4, and struck out 3. But here has a chance to help his team claw a few of those runs back, although he waves at the first pitch and falls behind 0-1. And actually, quick correction, that is Emerson, the pitcher, who takes over both the spot in the lineup and the spot in the field. So Drew Emerson at the dish here. First at bat for him. The 1-1, and fouls that off the catcher's mask to fall behind 1-2. Emerson, one of the many dual sport athletes on this Cougar team. The 1-2. Close on the outer half. Can see Keener hunting that. But didn't get him to chase there. We'll have to come back with something a little more convincing on 2-2. The pitch. In there for a called strike 3, and that will put a stop to the Salina South rally, but not before the Cougars strike for 2 runs. They get it back to a 7-3 ball game as we go to the 4th here on the Salina Post.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedaesthetics.org.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Drew Emerson back out for another half inning of work here as the South Cougars have gotten a couple of runs back. They find their way back within 5, and now it falls to South to try to keep more runs off the board as Abilene has been pouring it on here, and it's been just a slow, steady attack for the Cowboys. You look at how they've gotten their runs so far today. It's been nothing flashy, but they've come out and they got 2 back in the first, 1 in the second, and 4 in the third. And that's been enough to keep them in the driver's seat of this contest so far. First pitch misses inside. It will be the 3, 4, and 5 hole hitters due up. Zach Miller, Heath Hookman, and Stockton Timbrook leading things off for Abilene here and getting their first look at Drew Emerson. Emerson tries to bring home an off-speed pitch. That'll miss away, and the count goes to 2-0 here on Miller. Two balls, no strikes, and a ball laced in the left, and a wise decision made by Brown, although he's going to fumble with it. Now has to throw a rainbow arcer to second. That gets through. It'll be scooped up there by Putnam. It was a good decision by Brown not to dive, because that ball would have ended up rolling halfway to the fence, but I think he might have spooked himself just a little bit. And one change to let you know about on the defensive end here for Salina South. Behind the dish, it will be Alex Davidson back in catching. Cowboys with a runner on second here. Zach Miller with that. We'll watch something go by, and the count starts off at 1-0. And you know, the interesting thing about that, you can't fault Brown out and left, but because that's going to go down as a double, Zach Miller is now a home run away from the cycle in the third inning, or in the fourth inning. And Miller takes off for third. That's going to get by Davidson, and he moves up another station here. So that is the 5th stolen base of this game for Abilene, and Zach Miller has come around to score each of the first 2 times. He's got a great chance to do it again as he stands just 90 feet away. Here's the 2-0. Taken the other way, and he will come across to score his 3rd run of the day. It's an RBI single for Heath Hookman, and the Cowboys get one of those runs right back. They lead it 8-3. Flips things back to Stockton Timbrook. Timbrook is the only member of the Abilene lineup to not reach base in this game. Did plenty to help his team win back in the first contest between these two. And standing in with his 3rd at bat here, a strikeout and a flyout, hoping to remedy that with nobody out. Emerson working out of the stretch here with a runner on first. Hookman ready to go. Pitch on the way. And a breaking ball away that just misses. He'll start him off here with a ball. Time called again. Emerson laboring a bit out there. And we will reset as Timbrook, knowing he's got the time to call, goes ahead and calls it, steps back in here to the righty's batter's box. Pick-off effort, nothing doing there. Count stays 1-0. Here to Stockton Timbrook. Timbrook back in the first game of our doubleheader. 2 for 4, a stolen base, and a run scored. The 1-0. Another breaking ball away, another ball on the scoreboard, and the count goes to 2-0. Emerson trying to get one over the plate, trying to respect Tim Brook's power, but at a certain point, you got to throw to him. And here is the 2-0, high leg kick, fastball in, called strike right around the knees. It's a good pitch to get himself back in the count and reset the action here. Again with Hookman standing on first. The 2-1. Almost comes in and gets him. Easy layoff there, and the count goes to 3-1. Lights starting to come on here at Dean Evans. Sun starting to set off in the backdrop. And this game, about halfway through, Abilene looking for more insurance, and a pitch that misses away will put Tim Brook aboard here. It's going to be another walk. Tim Brook takes his base, runners at first and second, nobody out, and Kyson Becker coming to the plate. I know I mentioned it earlier today, but Kyson Becker has reached base 4 times on the strength of 1 hit. That hit came back in the first game. Here he has walked and reached on a fielder's choice that helped inadvertently to bring in 2 runs. And he will slice the first pitch that he sees, foul and off to the right side of Dean Evans. If you weren't with us earlier, Abilene took the first game of this doubleheader, 5-1, 8 hits, 1 error, 6 hits for Salina South and 1 error. But all of Salina South's offense came scattered. Double steal's going to be on. It's a hit and run. This ball's going to be popped up out to right field. This is a disaster for Abilene. They're going to throw this back to second. There's the double play. Just like they drew it up, the old F9-6. And that will put 2 down and keep Tim Brook at first base. That is the risk you run when you put the double steal hit and run on, and Kyson Becker doubled off for the second time today as Jake Bartley comes to the plate. And I'll tell you what, Abilene was fortunate not to get tripled off there. Tim Brook's got good speed, but was kind of just casually sitting around at second base and had to retreat before a throw could come in. So Hookman, the one that got doubled off at second, leaves Tim Brook at first. And again, it's Jake Bartley at the plate, who has reached and scored twice today, a single and a fielder's choice. There goes Tim Brook again. He will be in safely at second. And chalk it up, make that, how about the 10th stolen base of the day for Abilene? Cowboys have been running wild. Tim Brook now in scoring position, but with 2 down, Emerson just trying to record 1 more out, get his team out of the frame. And, ooh, that does not feel good. Jake Bartley fouls the ball off. It looked like into his foot, but now he is holding maybe his arm? I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but I can tell you one thing. It hurts badly enough if it happens in June. Out in the 50-degree cold, that is not going to feel good. And Bartley getting some attention right now from his coach. Went down in a heap. He's got the protector there on the wrist, and he'll pull that off. I think maybe just needing a moment to collect himself. Obviously hope that he's okay and able to continue. Of course, the worst part, too, for Bartley, if you can get over the injury, is that, well, it's a 1-2 count now. It's a strike. His coach is playing around with him a little bit. He appears to be none the worse for wear, and it looks like he will continue the at-bat. Also love to see this, the training staff out there taking a look at him, making sure he's all right. Of course, many athletic trainers around the state of Kansas hail from Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, a proud sponsor of today's broadcast. Long examination here. And I think coach right now saying, hey, he's all right. And looks like he will walk it off. So Bartley will stand back in with a 1-2 count. Wonder if Emerson might take a couple of warm-ups here as they make sure that he's all right. Runner stays put at second. Tim Brook remains about 180 feet away. And the Cowboys continuing to try to keep the line moving. They have not scored 5 or more in any inning today. They got 2 back in the first, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth, and 1 in the seventh of the opener. And here it's been 2-1, 4 and 1. Cowboys continuing to score little by little. Pitch on the way, fouled off once again. And we will do it again as Bartley tries to straighten out the swing. Taking his time to settle back in here. Ready to go with 2 down. Emerson from the belt brings home the pitch, and that is going to be golfed into the gap in left center. That gets down. They're going to go ahead and wave the runner around. They want to score him, and coming in without a throw is Stockton Timbrook to score the 9th run of the game here for the Cowboys. They continue to pour it on here in the 4th. It's a good bounce back for Jake Bartley. Obviously glad that he's all right. And good to see him right back to work. Bartley, the other guy that has scored in each of his first 2 plate appearances, hoping to make that 3 in a row. He'll need some help from the man at the plate right now, Lane Hookman, who gets a skee ball skip shot up the middle. It's going to be thrown back to first, and they got him. Oh, my goodness. That ball took a spike off the hill, and it ends up coming right down to Herbal, who makes the throw and mercifully puts an end to the 4th inning. But not before the Cowboys strike for 2 more. They lead it 9-3 here on the Salina Post.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Back to baseball here on the Salina Post. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett handling all production and camera duties today. Glad to be able to bring you some spring coverage here on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Again, continuing to expand our coverage and happy to be on for some baseball and softball and who knows, maybe even a little soccer action this spring. We'll see what we can do. It will be the 6, 7, and 8 hole hitters due up here for Salina South. Dawson Dooley, Landon Putnam, and Bronx. Actually, not Bronx Sitton. It will be the defensive substitute that came in for him. That is Alex Davidson, who will bat 3rd this inning. It's another inning of work coming up here for Keener, who takes to the mound. And, oh boy, pitch misses in behind Dawson Dooley. Good matrix instincts out of Dooley. Stands in and takes ball 2 here. So a couple of pitches outside the zone to start the AB. Dooley may just elect to get patient here and wait for a good one. And yeah, he was stepping back, not even thinking about offering. Will now take the bat off the shoulder with a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way, taken out to right field, and Hookman able to pick it up and record the out. And that is one away. So Keener continues to cruise here. Again, he's gotten into some trouble, but most of that trouble relating to the top two guys in the order. And aside from that, it's been smooth sailing for the most part. Just Landon Putnam will come to the plate now. What a game it was for Putnam. 3 singles, 3 for 3. And here smashes one out to left, but right to Evans, who looks up and makes the easy catch for out number 2. Alex Davidson will be the new batter here. Came in as a defensive substitute for Bronx Sitton. Davidson was the starting catcher back in the first meeting between these two earlier today. And in that game was 0 for 3 with a strikeout. So looking for his first hit of the day. Gets jammed up inside but is able to lay off. And the count starts off at 1-0. Pitch on the way, laced foul down the left field line. Did a good job of getting around on it, but the off speed that time from Keener really held up. And the count goes even at 1-1. Pitch on the way. This time Keener brings it over a bit, but still left it high. And the count stays right where it's at. Misses up and out, then misses up and in. And it goes to 3-1. You can bet that Davidson going to be waiting on something big here, trying to make a splash. And instead just gets ball 4. He'll take his base. And it's another 2-out walk issued by Keener. As the 9-hole hitter, Ryan Brown, will stride to the plate. This is how it started for Salina South back in the 3rd inning. It was a couple of quick outs recorded by Keener and then a 2-out walk to Herbal. Led to an RBI double for Brady Howard and then the error for Caden Butke that just kind of spurred on an odd run. That's how the Cougars got 2 back in the 3rd. First pitch swinging and fouling it away is Ryan Brown, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far in this one. Keener looks in for the sign, delivers the 0-1, and misses away to even the count up at 1-1. Abilene happy to have a matchup with a 5A school here, and it won't be the only tough contest that they've got coming up. As very soon as Keener's pitch misses up and in, they will take on a Rock Creek team that made their way to the 3A state tournament just 1 year ago. A lot of good talent in the NCKL. That was the other thing that we heard from Coach Bartley. It's a very deep league. As another pitch misses here for Keener. And you know you're going to have a dogfight night in and night out. Some quality opponents. Wamego in the mix. Got to deal with Chapman. Clay Center. Rock Creek joining that as well as a pitch comes inside. And boy, knowing the count, able to dodge out of the way. Ryan Brown not wanting to earn it the hard way. Nor should he. But it's back-to-back walks for Thomas Keener as he puts Davidson and Brown on back-to-back after recording the first 2 outs of the inning. Flips the book back to the top, and Colton Herbal, who has been the ideal table setter today, will now be tasked with trying to drive a few of these runs in. Herbal reached with nobody on back in the 1st and the 3rd. He has come around to score 2 of the 3 Salina South Cougar runs. A 1 from Keener. Misses up and away, and the count once again goes even. Keener back to work, looks in for the sign. Checks the runner back to second. Here comes the 1-1. And it's fouled away. It'll be a 1-2 count as Hookman gives chase, but that ball is well out onto the concourse. Normally, you come to the ballpark, you got to worry about where you park your car. Front row parking, not always ideal when you come see a baseball game. But I will say, here at Dean Evans, it would take a heck of a pull to get something onto a windshield. The 1-2, fouled away. Staying alive here is Colton Herbal. Again, big shoes to fill for Herbal. Comes in this season looking to make an impact and already has. I mean, he's an excellent player, only a sophomore. Finds his way as the table setter, the leadoff guy, and stepping in to replace his brother Caden Herbal, an all-conference guy a year ago from his position at shortstop. Another pitch misses up and away here for Keener. The other thing with this Salina South team, we've talked about it's not necessarily youth, it's inexperience. They graduate 6 guys off their starting lineup a year ago. The team you get with the Cougars come regional time is going to be a completely different team than the one you see here as the ball gets away from the catcher. Throw down to second, not a bad one, going to be picked up and unable to apply the tag is Timbrook. Everybody moves up a station safely. Pass ball is going to put Davidson at third. It's going to put Brown at second. And it fills the count for Colton Herbal. Some late inning control issues.
Visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits. APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialist will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Gabe with Sage Products in Salina, offering industrial strength products that get the job done right. We are featuring hospital grade disinfectant sprays, wipes, and hand sanitizers to keep you safe this time of year. We carry toilet paper with a large assortment of hand towels. Check out our private line of colorful products like Mom's Streak Free Glass Cleaner or our friendly Amazing Green Bowl Cleaner. Go online to sageselects.com, visit our 9th Street location in Salina, or call 309-1919.
Back to baseball here on the Salina Post Game of the Week, and boy, a mess inherited here by Jake Bartley. It's a straight switch, so Bartley becomes the new pitcher, spikes the first pitch into the dirt, and Thomas Keener, the pitcher, will go over to play first base. Big spot here for Jake Bartley. As much like Drew Emerson before him, he's going to inherit the bases loaded. This time here in the home half of the fifth. And this ball is struck well out into the left center field gap, but tracking over is Humphrey. He will look up and make the catch, and that will get Abilene out of the inning. Quick correction, that's Becker out in center who makes the catch, and that will put a stop to the fourth inning of action here for Salina South. We will step away when we come back. We go to the fifth, still a 9-3 ball game here on the Salina Post.
Opus Plasma Skin Resurfacing at Salina Medical Aesthetics is similar to traditional laser skin treatments. It uses thermal energy to produce anti-aging results as opposed to traditional laser energy. There's minimal downtime, and each session only takes about 45 minutes. Most patients see a noticeable difference with just one procedure. Treat moderate to deep wrinkles, fine lines, sagging skin, rough patches, poor skin tone, and sunspots. Opus is a fantastic treatment for anti-aging. For a free consultation, contact Salina Medical Aesthetics and learn more at salinamedesthetics.org.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Back here at Dean Evans Stadium as we go to the fifth inning of play. It's the Abilene Cowboys holding the 9-3 lead. Boy, Salina South had a great opportunity. After 2 outs, they started to rally. They got them loaded. And then Jake Bartley stepped onto the mound and got the 1 out that he needed on just a couple of pitches. So it remains a 6-run lead here for the Abilene Cowboys. They come back to the plate looking for more. It'll be 9-1-2. Levi Evans, Thomas Keener, and Drew Hansen. As first pitch swinging and fouling it off is Levi Evans. Evans got his first hit of the day back in the third inning. And it was a big one as he was able to drive in a big run and help the Cowboys keep the line moving. It all started for the Cowboys, their biggest inning of this game. A 4-run output back in the third, and it was a dropped third strike that allowed most of that to happen, including 2 of the 4 runs. Here the pitch misses up and in. And matter of fact, it was all of the runs after the dropped third strike. Abilene batted around. They come back to the plate here in the fifth. 1-1 the count, Drew Emerson the pitcher. And again, Levi Evans standing in at the plate. First pitch to him. Big swing and a miss. He falls behind 1-2. As Emerson starting to get that fastball working. Take a look here as Evans trying to start the party. Top of the order due up next. It'll be Keener. And then Hansen, of course, with the straight switch. Guys able to keep their spot in the lineup, which is always convenient for a team like Abilene. The 1-2. Tried to get him to bite on the outside half. Maybe a slider there. Nothing doing, though. No offer. And the count even at 2-2. Levi Evans back in the box. Cowboys looking for more, trying to add on to their lead. Here comes the 2-2. And that misses well away. A lot of break on that pitch. Boy, that thing was moving. Saw there for a second. Evans considered taking a bite. But he'll leave it there, and the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here to lead off the fifth. The pitch. And it's a called strike. Oh, boy. Levi Evans tossed his bat. He was going to head on down to first. Instead, he will have to head back to the dugout. And it's the first strikeout of this outing for Drew Emerson. Brings up the top of the order here, Thomas Keener, then Drew Hansen in the fifth with 1 away. From the stretch, Emerson delivers the first pitch. Finds its way on the outer half. Strike one. Once again, back to work here. Emerson has not gone from the windup since checking into this game. It's a comebacker up the middle. It'll have a chance to get through, and it will, as Thomas Keener is able to reach here on a single with one down. And Drew Hansen will come to the plate next. Hansen, a single and a run scored in this game, a double and a run scored back in the first game. And aside from that, it's been a relatively quiet day at the plate. Here for the two-hole hitter. Cowboys would love to find a way to stretch 4 runs across here in the half inning if they can, earn themselves an early trip back, pulling the bat back on a bunt, throw down to second, not going to be nearly in time. And it's another stolen base here for the Cowboys. Not to keep hammering on it, but it does get a little more impressive with each passing steal. That is the 7th stolen base of this game. It is the 11th stolen base of the doubleheader. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball in the dirt. Gets away momentarily, but Davidson doing a good job as the defensive backstop there, able to keep it to just a ball, and the count goes to 2-0. Emerson back to work. Hansen digs in, once again batting from the right side. Already a runner in scoring position here with 1 down in the top of the 5th. The 2-0 is going to be laced into right. That'll get down just in front of Dooley. We'll see if they want to wave the runner. They will. They get aggressive here. Comes back to the pitcher. Emerson throw to the plate. It's a good throw, and it's in time to get him. That is a heck of a relay. How about Emerson getting the ball to the plate and gunning down Thomas Keener? As the Cowboys got a little too aggressive for their own good on the base paths. Emerson, or rather Hansen, will move up to second, but now it's 2 down following the single, and Zach Miller at the plate. Zach Miller has an opportunity to do something I have not seen any high schooler do ever, but on a day like today, looking at the flagpole, I don't think he's going to find a way. A home run away from the cycle. But, yeah, you take a look at the gusts of wind, and it would take a small miracle. Even with all the pop in the bat, Miller's a solid power hitter, but, yeah, it would take a moonshot, the swing of a lifetime, to get one out of here on a day like today. That said, we've seen the speed of Miller. Could do it inside the park. Already 2 triples today for Zach Miller. Takes inside here for ball 2. Heart of the order coming up next here for the Cowboys. Miller, Hookman, and Timbrook. If they can get to those guys. Runner on second for now. Miller 3 for 3, a single, a double, a triple. 2 stolen bases, 3 runs scored. And takes the 3-0 or the 2-0 inside to make it 3-0. Emerson going to have to bring something over the plate here. Most guys would be taking. Miller might have the green light. One of the few guys you trust to swing away here. Here squares to bunt. Pulls it back and takes strike 1. We've seen Abilene do this throughout the game. 3-0 counts. If they're not planning on swinging, they will square to bunt. I think more than anything just to mess with the pitcher. Gives him something extra to think about as he goes into his windup, or in this case, comes out of the stretch. 3-1 from Emerson is fouled away, and the count goes full here. So Emerson has battled his way back into a full count with 2 down. Trying to get his bats back up as Abilene is up big here, 9-3. Emerson 1 strike away from getting his offense back to work. The payoff pitch is hit again out to right field. Good swing there. And they are going to go ahead and wave the runner around. They're going to try Emerson again. It's a good throw to the plate. It's off the runner. And come on, moving up to take second here in the chaos is Zach Miller. Zach Miller, have yourself a day. How about 4 for 4 with 2 RBIs, 2 singles, a double, a triple, 2 stolen bases, 3 runs scored. That's just in the first game. He had an RBI triple and a single as part of a 2 for 4 effort earlier today. Just ridiculous stuff from Zach Miller. And the Cowboys' lead is now 10-3. Big swing and a miss here on the first pitch to Heath Hookman. Hookman has reached twice today. Matter of fact, all 3 of his at-bats have been productive, despite being 1 for 3. A sac fly back in the first, a drop third strike that he reached on back in the third, and a single for him back in the fourth. And Emerson falls down on the pitch. I don't know if that was wind. I don't know if that was bad traction. But Emerson looks none the worse for wear, pops back up, and gets ready to deliver the 1-1. And here it comes. Another breaking ball, sweeps a little too far to the outside, and the count goes to 2-1. Hookman will dig back in, trying to stay patient here. Been a good day for him. Abilene has scored in every half inning so far on their offensive end in this game. Runner goes for third. Throw down is going to be stopped there, but that's all they could do. And Zach Miller has got another stolen base here. Just absurd stuff out of the Cowboys on the base paths. Pitch misses low. It's going to be another walk. And Heath Hookman will take his base here for Stockton Timbrook. Timbrook walked back in the fourth inning to complete the feat. Every single Cowboy in the lineup today has reached base at least once. Runners at the corners. And the first pitch to Timbrook misses inside here for ball 1. In case you're wondering, of all the guys who have stolen a base today, Heath Hookman is not among them. The 1-0 misses away. Another good stop there by Davidson. But the count now 2-0. Timbrook looking to help his team along here with 2 away. Drew Emerson back on the rubber. Runners here at the corners. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that is a called strike. Caught the outside corner. Again, Timbrook looks back and has a quick word with the home plate umpire. Gets his explanation, stands back in the box. Two and one the pitch. Going to be laced to short, should be easy enough work there, but it gets away. Throw to first is going to be offline 2, and everybody's going to move up. Oh boy, Howard rushed the throw. The run comes in to score and just was not able to field that cleanly. Another costly mistake in the field is going to ultimately lead to another Abilene run, and the inning continues here for the Cowboys as Kyson Becker comes to the plate. Hookman moved up to third in the chaos. Looked like a relatively routine play. And Abilene with a chance to continue pressing their advantage as a breaking ball is across for a called strike. Becker is the one of only 2 Cowboys without a hit in this game. But he has reached base in 2 of his 3 at-bats, a walk and a fielder's choice. As the runner goes to second, this is going to come down to second base. It'll be picked up by Herbal, and his throw is in time to put a stop to the 5th inning. But Abilene, as they have in every other inning so far, do find a way to strike. They strike for 2, and they lead at 11-3 as we go to the home half of inning number 5 here on the Salina Post.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Winter travel can be treacherous if your tires are worn out. Stay safe with an inspection at Commercial Tire Company. Cold weather also drops the inflation in your tires. Get them checked today to avoid losing grip or damaging your tires. Commercial Tire will help keep you safe. For repairs that aren't tire related, our automotive and diesel mechanics will fix it right the first time. Commercial Tire Centers, West Crawford and North 9th, Salina.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
Back here at Dean Evans Stadium, Tyler Henry alongside you. Another inning of work coming up here for Jake Bartley. And I say another inning. He came in, he delivered 2 pitches, he got 1 out, and he got his team out of a bases-loaded jam as the Cougars stranded 3 back in their half of the 4th. Salina South finds themselves down 11-3 as we go to inning number 5. But good part of the order due up to try to make something happen. Caden Budke, Jace Humphrey, and Drew Emerson will be the 3 striding to the plate here to face Mr. Bartley for the first time. First pitch here from the southpaw comes in, called strike. And Budke, who is officially 0 for 1, grounded into a double play, reached on an error back in the 3rd inning. Trying to get something started here for his Cougars. And instead, we'll foul this away and fall behind in the count, 0-2. Lights on in full effect. And temperatures continuing to cool down to about 45 degrees. That wind not letting up throughout the course of the evening. But a lot of troopers battling on here in the stands, battling the elements, including our very own Brian Dennett, who is as cozy as one can be with a full cover of blankets. I want to thank Brian for all the great work that he does, both on the production side and on the camera side, helping bring you coverage of high school athletics all season long. The windup and the pitch for Jake Bartley misses in the dirt, and the count goes to 1-2. Good crowd of Abilene fans here as well. Obviously, South supporting their own, as they always do. And that is a big swing out to left center, but it hangs up and it gets blown back in by the wind a little bit. Good contact there for Caden Budke, but it hangs up for Evans, and it's 1 down here in the 5th. It's going to continue cooling off through the weekend as well as Jace Humphrey comes to the plate, starting to get into some more almost wintry conditions. Highs in the 50s and 60s, on and down into the 40s early in the next week. Here's an awkward wave and a strike for Jace Humphrey, who is 1 for 2 today with a strikeout and an infield single. Bartley's 0-1 delivery, trying to get him to nibble on the outside, nothing there. Easy enough to lay off of. Another pitch coming, big swing and a miss. And the count now 1-2 on Jace Humphrey. Thought about another one down and away, nothing doing there. And continuing to keep things interesting here in the count as it goes even at 2 apiece on Jace Humphrey. Bartley's only faced 2 guys. He's gotten both to fly out to the outfield as this one flies back to the screen. And tell you what, kudos to the good folks in the rocking chairs and the lawn chairs down there sitting right in front of the screen. I don't think a single one flinched. That ball got launched right back to the backstop. Nobody bats an eye. guess they build the fans differently out in Abilene. Here's one taken to short off of one hop. Tim Brook picks it up, throws to first in time for the second out of the inning. Does take me back to days a few years ago broadcasting for the University of Northern Colorado as Drew Emerson will come to the plate. Emerson 0 for 2 today. And for whatever reason at UNC, the Bears decided that they were going to lay their press box out at field level with a plexiglass sheet in front of the chain link fence directly behind home plate. There was a special seat just to the right of home plate. They would always seat the new interns and the new employees, and no one ever really knew why until somebody fouls one back to the screen and you see somebody run for the exits. Here it's a 1-0 count to Drew Emerson. Pitch on the way, big swing and a miss again, and now it's Bartley's turn. Actually, quick correction, a pinch hitter, Tristan Bernhardt, has taken over his spot in the lineup again. As a swing and a miss, tipped back into the glove there will make it 1-2. So as I understand it, Emerson came in, took his at-bat in the third, struck out, and then Bernhardt comes back in, takes his spot back. So officially, Bernhardt, well, he was 0 for 1. He is now 0 for 2. It's a strikeout and a 1-2-3 inning as we go to inning number 5. We'll step away, back with the 6th inning of play when we return here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week.
The winter season may be here, but paintball fun is still waiting for you at Elite Sports. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, located 5 miles south of Salina, is open for special winter hours. Get the group together and visit Elite Sports on Saturdays and Sundays this winter from 11 until 4. Elite Sports features low-impact paintballs for the beginners or little ones, so everyone can have more fun. Visit them online at salinapaintballcomplex.com. Elite Sports Paintball Complex, open and waiting for you this weekend.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
7, 8, and 9 hole hitters due up here for the Abilene Cowboys as there's a new pitcher on the mound here for Salina South. Kyle Miller will stand in, and he will be the third pitcher for the Cougars here in this game. 11-3 the lead for Abilene as we go to the 6th inning of play. And trying to stretch this out just a little bit more. They've scored at least one run in every inning so far. And this is hit on the screws out into the alley in right center. That one's still carrying, takes one hop to the wall. Turning for two is Jake Bartley. He will slide and be in there without a throw. It's a leadoff double for Jake Bartley. And that might have been the deepest ball we've seen hit today. Good hands there for the first baseman turned pitcher. Brings up Lane Hookman. Haven't seen a ton of extra base hits today. All things considered, a lot of singles. I know the wind playing a role in that. And now reaching safely in all four at-bats is Bartley, 3 for 4. Hookman, 1 for 3, a single, a walk, and a ground out. He comes to the dish now. looking to keep the line moving here for the Cowboys. Miller's pitch comes inside, almost gets him. Able to stand in and get out of the way in time, though. Working on that final line for Emerson. Put together a solid outing, all things considered, as this one misses in the dirt. Runner takes off for third. Throw down not going to be in time. And another stolen base here for the Cowboys. That is 9 stolen bases in this game alone, 13 for the 2-game set. Miller comes to the belt, brings home the 2-0, and misses it away. Count goes to 3-0. Still working out of the stretch. Insurance run 90 feet away, represented by Jake Bartley. Levi Evans in the on-deck circle. And now squaring and showing bunt is Hookman. He will pull it back, and it's going to be a 4-pitch walk as Hookman takes his base. And that will put runners at the corners for Levi Evans, who is 1 for 3 with a single and a stolen base and RBI on a sac fly earlier today. Fresh count to work with here for Levi Evans. And now he squares and shows bunt, and the runner takes off. They will throw down to second, and not in time. And there it is, the 10th stolen base of the game for the Abilene Cowboys. Courtesy of Lane Hookman, puts runners on second and third with nobody out. Top of the order looming next, Keener and Hansen, likely to see at least an at-bat here in the 6th. Miller's 1-0 delivery is in the dirt, gets away momentarily, but I got to say, Davidson has done a really good job keeping the ball in front of him. He did a good job back in the first game. He's done a good job since coming in as the defensive replacement here in the second game. And he's kept a couple of additional Abilene runs off of this scoreboard. 2-0 the count. Miller still trying to locate the zone. Looks over to third, brings home the pitch. It's going to be chopped to third. Runner takes off for home. He will score without a throw, and they will nab Levi Evans over at first. So for the second time today, Evans is retired but does drive in a run, and that will bring up Thomas Keener with a runner on second and 1 away. Jake Bartley, the one who comes across to score. Hookman stays put at second. And it's Thomas Keener, who has reached in 3 out of 4 plate appearances in this game at the plate. First pitch. Breaking ball, awfully close, not quite. And the count starts off at 1-0. Taking a look back, the book did close on Drew Emerson. He goes 2 1/3, gives up 4 runs on 7 hits, walks 3 and strikes out 1 before turning it over to Kyle Miller. And here's a ball taken up the right side. They're going to go ahead and wave the runner around once again. He will come in, and he will score. It's a big run there. Lane Hookman comes in to make it a 10-run lead. And on the other side of the break, no matter what else happens, Salina South going to have to be careful. They find themselves down to their final 3 outs via the mercy rule as Thomas Keener drives another in with an RBI single. It's been a big day for Abilene. Here in this second game, they have really flexed that offensive muscle in their opening doubleheader of the season. And a pitch that misses in the dirt will start him off 1-0, and that's been the problem here for Miller. Just getting behind batters early. Trying to fight back here against the top of the Abilene order. Jam swing, foul away. Count goes even here at 1-1. In case you're wondering, for Salina South, it'll be Dawson Dooley, Landon Putnam, and Alex Davidson due up on the other side, pending any pinch hitters or substitutions. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miller the pitch. And again, taking up the right side. That'll be a single. They will go ahead and wave the runner around to third. Decent throw cut off there, and everybody's safe as Keener slides up to third. Drew Hansen is aboard with his 3rd single of the day. And here comes Zach Miller, who has had a monster day. Miller's numbers read like something out of an MLB The Show simulation. In this game, 4 for 4, 4 runs scored, 2 driven in, a single, a double, a triple. Back in game 1 of the doubleheader, 2 for 4, a single, a triple, a run driven in, and a run scored. Here, though, he might be retired. They go the short way for 1, back across, pulls the runner off the bag. Miller has to leap over the first baseman, and he is going to find his way in at second. All of that to get to second base on a fielder's choice, but he will succeed in bringing another run across to score, and the Abilene lead is now 14-3. It's going to be a fielder's choice and then a throwing error. It allows Keener to come in to score. It retires Hansen for the 2nd out of the inning. And it brings Heath Hookman back to the plate with a runner on second. Breaking ball in the dirt. Easy enough to lay off of there for Hookman. He's been patient. A single, a walk, a drop, 3rd strike, and a sacrifice fly in his 4 plate appearances so far. Falls behind in the count, 1-0 here. Miller once again looks the runner back to second, brings home the pitch, and it misses away. 2-0 the new count. Seen the speed of Miller, although at this point in the game I would imagine Abilene probably going to let off the gas a little bit as far as the steal attempts go. This one taken to short and coming in, picking it up, throwing to first. It gets by Putnam at first. Another run comes around to score. Zach Miller is in here as Hookman is going to reach on another error. And it's hard to say who that one's on, but one way or the other, it is the 2nd error of the inning. And it allows an unearned run to come in to score as Miller comes across for the 5th time today. Hookman moves up to second in all the chaos, and Stockton Timbrook comes back to the plate. Timbrook, one of 2 guys in the order, still looking for his first hit. He's reached in the last 2 plate appearances, and here we'll take another one to short. It's going to be picked up again by Howard, and this time his throw across is in time, and that will put a stop to the bleeding here in the 6th inning, but not before the Cowboys scratch across 4 more runs. They take a commanding 16-3 lead. We go to the home half of inning number 6. Salina South down to their final 3 outs when we return on the Salina Post.
For over 90 years, when people go car shopping, they've been coming to Marshall Motors in Salina. Hi, this is Dane at Marshall Motors. The world has changed, but the way we do business remains the same. We promise you the right price, no pressure, and to be your trusted dealership for sales and service. For over 90 years, we've been treating people the way we want to be treated and watching them drive away with a smile and a great ride. Come see us in South Salina at Marshall Motors. We keep life moving.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Back here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week as we go to the home half of inning number 6. And Salina South find themselves down big. It's 15-3 our score. And with the 10-run lead in hand, the Cowboys trying to get themselves an early trip back to Abilene and wrap this up in shortened fashion. Jake Bartley back out for another half inning of work here. He will face the 6, 7, and 8 hole hitters, Dawson Dooley, Landon Putnam, and Alex Davidson. And the first pitch from the southpaw is swung on and missed as he gets ahead here in the count, 0-1. Working quickly here, the 0-1 pitch misses upstairs, a fastball. Comes back to him here. Again, the lights in full effect here at Dean Evans Stadium as the 1-1 is golfed at and missed there by Dooley. Dooley got to get protective. He falls behind 1-2. Trying to battle back here. Pitch from Bartley, fouled away, and he will live to see another pitch. Someone coming over there and trying to pick the ball up, lost his cap there as well. Another 1-2 delivery, and another one in the dirt. This one gets away momentarily from Becker, rather from Miller, but the throw back across is in time, and that is the second strikeout, back-to-back strikeouts, matter of fact, for Jake Bartley. Landon Putnam comes to the plate, 0 for 2 today, a fly out and a ground out. Trying to get a little rally started here for Salina South. They need at least 3 runs to extend the game into the 7th. First pitch, swung on and missed. And you can see here, Bartley, he's got it going. Oh, 1 delivery. Misses up and away. Trying to get the chase there. So back to work goes the southpaw once again. The 1-1 gets another swing and a miss. And Salina South starting to offer at more and more as this goes on. Feeling the game winding down. The 1-2 swung out and missed. 3 straight strikeouts for Jake Bartley. And Salina South finds themselves down to their final out. Alex Davidson, the last hope here for the Cougars. And I love this. Got to respect it. Kid walks up to Freebird. That is fantastic. See if a little Leonard Skinner can start a 2-out rally. As the first pitch misses inside here. Davidson officially is not recorded in at bat. He is reached on a walk, came back in the 4th. At least here in game 2 of our doubleheader. The 1-0. Watches that in for a called strike. And Bartley evens the count at 1-1. The other big plus, if you're Abilene, you've only had to use 4 pitchers today, as the 1-1 is swung on and missed, and now the Cougars find themselves down to their final strike. But a good day for Abilene so far. They come out and win the opener by a final score of 5-1. The 1-2 here is swung on and missed. They'll have to check it down to first. The throw is there. It is in time. And it's 4 straight strikeouts to close out the game as Jake Bartley slams the door shut and helps Abilene secure the victory and the doubleheader sweep. This one is going to go down as a 15-3 win for the Abilene Cowboys. They wrapped up the first game 5-1, and they will walk out of town 2-0, a perfect start to the season for the 4A Cowboys. That'll just about wrap it up for us, but one final time for Tyler Henry here with you, for Brian Dennett handling all of our production and camera duties. Want to say thank you so much for tuning in to this inaugural spring edition of our Game of the Week presented by Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine. We will see you next time. You caught this one right here with live audio and video on the Salina Post.